Okay, it is 2:30 and we will call to order the study session. Again, we're on the 2024 budget items, and I'll again look at City Manager for some opening comments, and I'm guessing he'll turn it over to Ms. Pack.
You guessed correctly. Health insurance is one of the big topics for sure. We're kind of getting down to some issues and options conversation, but we have a date set aside for that as well. And then we do have additional information just recapping where we stand on all the budgets essentially. So this is going to be more of a tag team than in some of the past presentations, because I've been pretty involved with the health insurance assessment and conversations. And then we do have Bob Charlesworth, our consultant with respect to health insurance, is dialed in, and I expect that we'll need him to join the conversation as we get into some of the details. So with that, I'll let Debbie get started, and then I'll pick up where I need to.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Debbie Pack, Director of Finance. Today is kind of a continuation. We've kind of split up issues and options into three different segments here. And basically, issues and options are things that we've talked to you about, but we come back for you for consensus on how you want us to budget those particular items. As you remember, last week we talked about the pay plan and the property tax levy. This week we are going to talk about health insurance. It's by itself because there are some complicated things going on with health insurance that we thought warranted a little bit extra conversation. Next week, we'll bring back comprehensive fee schedule, which you had some questions on. We're gathering that information for you, and also the outside agencies, and that'll wrap up kind of our issues and options, and will enable us to then take the final draft budget numbers and bring those back to you later in July. So we'll go ahead and get started on health insurance. As you know, the City of Salina is self-funded. It's been self-funded since 1997, and a lot of people don't even know what that means. So basically what it means is that instead of us paying premiums to an insurance company and them paying out our claims, the city actually takes those premiums that are collected from employees and the employer's portion, and we set it aside in a fund that is designated to cover the cost of anything related to our health insurance. That includes medical, prescription, dental claims for employees and any of their families that are covered under their policy. We do have a third party that administers that we pay to Blue Cross and Blue Shield for our health and prescription. We also have dental through Delta Dental. They administer that for us through Delta Dental of Kansas. We also pay for a stop-loss coverage, which basically protects the fund from extreme claims, so that if a claim goes over a certain amount, then that stop-loss comes in and starts to pay that claim above that particular amount. The city also, besides the city in our group of health insurance, we do have several subgroups in our policy. They account for about 11% of the total participants in our group plan. Those include the Salina Airport Authority, the Salina Housing Authority, Salina Public Library, COBRA, which are ex-employees that we legally have to allow to use our insurance, so they are covered, and retirees. Kansas statute requires us to offer our policy to anyone retiring from the city of Salina. Retirees have to enroll when they retire. They can't come back in a year or two and say, hey, all of a sudden they want to be part of our enrollment. They must do it at the time that they retire. So that's kind of the other subset besides city employees that are covered under our plan.
Does that retirement coverage go till age 65 or forever?
Until they cancel it, I believe. Or 65 when Medicare kicks in, yes. Had to ask Natalie.
Okay.
I do have Natalie Fisher here, and as Mike mentioned, Ms. Charlesworth that's on the phone, who is our advisor for health insurance. So we will be asking them lots of questions. The next slide shows you kind of where our rates fall today. Today we have several types of insurance. So we have an individual. We can cover an employee plus one, which could be a spouse or a child or a family. And those are broken into different premium classifications. We also have the second section of that shows of those, which of those costs are paid by the employee and what portion is paid by the city. Right now, that separation for full-time employees is 80% is covered by the employer, 20% is covered by the employee. We also allow part-time classified employees to be part of our plan. They pay the same rates except for the city pays 52%, or the city pays 52% of theirs and the employee pays 48% of theirs. And within that, the next box on that is the yellow box. It kind of breaks out what they're paying for. So you can see that a portion of that premium is paid for health and prescription, and the other, which is about 93%, and about 7% of that premium is paid for dental. Then the kind of rose-colored box next is the retirees' premiums that they're paying right now. Then again, they're again broken down by an individual employee plus one family. The blue box, second to the bottom, is the COBRA rates, and the bottom box is the subgroups, which, as I identified, the Airport Authority and the Housing Authority, those groups, all of that are not specifically named in here. One thing to mention is when we get to those subgroups, as we pay part of our employee portion or employee premium, the city does not dictate to any of those subgroups how they allocate that to their employees. That is strictly up to them. The next couple sets of slides show you, really what we wanted to show you was we haven't raised rates for the premiums to the employer or the employee since 2018. Prior to that, in 2017 and 2018, there were 5% increases in both of those years. But you can see since 2018, we haven't increased rates for either the employer or the employee. And that was just a function of where the fund balance was and how the expenses were coming in and things like that. So in order to kind of analyze what we should do with this year, as we know there's a lot of things going on locally. We know Salina Regional is negotiating with Blue Cross and Blue Shield for their rates. So in the analysis of this fund, we had to kind of look at those things and determine what the but because we're looking at two different sides here. We're trying to budget the health fund, which has its own budget. It's a budgeted fund, so we're trying to budget the revenues and the expenses that are going to go in and out of that fund. And on the flip side of that, we're also trying to budget the expense on all of those operating funds that are paying an employer portion for the employees' premiums. So there's two sides of this that we're trying to look at. And we'll get both of those sides as we look at these numbers, but that's kind of where we're looking at, both the expense side for the employer portion and the revenue and expense side for the actual fund itself to make sure that it's staying in a positive light. So some of the things we looked at were, what is the cost of the growth in cost for services? Do we expect that cost to go up? What our claims history has been and what those projections look like. So typically in budgeting, we use a lot of historical data. So we've done that too with this health fund analysis. We've tried to determine what we believe if there'll be any growth in census, which would be the number of participants that are in our plan, and to accommodate for that, however that needs to be budgeted. And then we're on top of and trying to stay on top of the negotiations with Salina Regional Health and Blue Cross and Blue Shield. As you know, during these conversations that we've had, the city manager has performed a lot of detailed review of what's publicly available based on the data, the rates and the data that's available within the Salina Regional and the Blue Cross Blue Shield negotiations. City staff has also utilized the services of Mr. Charlesworth as we spoke, and we've had a lot of conversations about what that's going to do to us, what rates in general are going to do, and how we kind of come up with a number for what we should be planning on for 2024. Even though we know the negotiations are ongoing, we don't have any specific numbers. Nothing's been disclosed. That's still ongoing. We've gotten information from them that is generally reassuring that the rate increases will be reasonable. However, everyone defines that a little bit different. I don't know if you wanted to jump in there, Mike, and say anything about where those are. Or
So we've had conversations previously, and I know you're aware of the analysis that we tried to do, and that's all based on some regulatory requirements that have a transparency requirement in terms of disclosing rates. So it was possible to go out on the internet and find some of that data. Not all hospitals post nearly as much. It appears that Salina Regional probably is one of the more transparent ones I could find. Stormont Vale was an example that they provided and was a reference point that the hospital cited in some of their communications to the public. So I was able to do a side-by-side comparison, procedure by procedure, between what Blue Cross Blue Shield pays Salina Regional and what they pay Stormont Vale. It was noticeably different, significantly more in the case of Stormont Vale. Attempted to find that same data for Manhattan and Lawrence and Via Christi. Wasn't successful. Lots of NAs, just not enough data to be useful. So I was left with that one comparison with Stormont Vale. Also found information on Salina Regional's website, or their provider's website, that showed what Blue Cross Blue Shield paid Salina Regional for a procedure and what other insurance providers paid Salina Regional. There were about 6 to 8 other providers. I ran an average of those, compared them against Blue Cross Blue Shield, and found my conclusion was Blue Cross Blue Shield was paying comparable, if not above, the average of the others that were paying Salina Regional. Now, having said that, there are a couple of providers that were low that probably dragged that average down, which then made it appear that Blue Cross Blue Shield was keeping up more than they might actually be. And so that difference was pretty significant. Have had conversations with the finance officer for Salina Regional, have had conversations with mid-level management with Blue Cross Blue Shield that are actively involved in the negotiations. All of them understandably said, I really can't disclose any specifics. We're in the middle of negotiations. But as Debbie said, they all tried to be reassuring that it wouldn't be a sizable catch-up in any one year. And then have had a little bit of conversation with Joel Phelps, from CEO of the hospital. Literally, as our packet was going out the door, he emailed with an update just saying conversations are ongoing. We've made a counteroffer, hope to know more soon. So that's a long way of saying have done a lot of analysis, see some pretty significant differences, but I'm being told that there won't be a one-time catch-up to make up that gap. In the conversations that we had with Blue Cross Blue Shield, and Mr. Charlesworth was involved with those, that's kind of where we came up with our estimate of what we think the rate increase will be for Salina Regional, and then how that cascades through all of our expenses. As I understand it, the rate negotiations currently are just Salina Regional Hospital, not ComCare, not the Physician Center, not Lindsborg, and there's about 6, 8 ancillary affiliates of the hospital that aren't part of that conversation, so that further kind of dials in where that cost increase might hit. So at the end of the day, with Mr. Charlesworth's help, we then said, here's our assumption about the increase in Blue Cross Blue Shield payments to the hospital. Factor in all the other factors that Debbie mentioned, cost increases, experience, what Mr. Charlesworth has been able to see statewide. We then came up with the ultimate estimate that we're presenting to you today. So I'll let Debbie pick it back up and we can get into some of those details.
Thank you. So as Mike mentioned, we did ask Mr. Charlesworth to see if he could come up with some projections for 2023, as well as provide us with some information, a projection for what we might need for premiums for 2024. So he was able to go back into our actual claims, including our stop loss activity for 2021, 2022, and January through April of 2023. And he was able to break out anything that was related to Salina Regional and any other claims or participants that we had claims with. And the reason we asked him to do that was so that we could adjust those accordingly to what we thought was a reasonable amount. So he did that, and so what he came up with in his professional opinion was he assumed a 15% growth rate on the Salina regional claims and a 4% trend growth on all other claims, and that was based on the observation of statewide trends and recently available data that he had for all the other claims around the state of Kansas. From that data, he was able to calculate what he thought the total projected cost was and also project what he thought the total projected revenue would be based on our current enrollment and premiums. And then in his professional opinion, he has recommended to us about a 7.5% increase in premiums for 2024. And in our numbers, this increase would apply to all participants equally. So all city employees, all subgroups, all the retirees, COBRAs, everyone would see a 7.5% flat increase. And then in order for us to kind of do our other side of the budget that I spoke about earlier, the operating accounts and those things, staff identified a possible 7% growth in the participants and city participants, and that was based on where we thought we would be with filling vacancies and also assuming that the new positions that we had talked about a few weeks ago could be filled. So that number came up to about a 7% growth increase in participation.
So if I could jump in with 3 points. As Debbie said, we assumed the application of that 7.5% across the board. So one of the decision points that you'll have either today or somewhere out in the future is how whether we continue to distribute 80-20 or whether we pick some other distribution to try to offset impacts on employees. So to say that it applies 7% to everyone equally, for these assumptions it does. That's a decision point you're going to have to make. It was pointed out to me that in years past there's been confusion from an understanding of percentages standpoint. We've said that we'll do merits and COLAs, and you combine those two, that's 7%. Well, that's 7% on an employee's total wages. A 7.5% increase in health insurance is dollar for dollar is less monthly cost, but I think there's been confusion in the past just putting percentages side by side on the part of some employees thinking that 7.5% increase in health insurance takes away my entire raise. I think you understand how that math works, but that's not an accurate statement. And then lastly, we've done a lot of talking on behalf of Mr. Charles Worth. I think we ought to give him the opportunity to get on the line and kind of give us his thoughts at this point.
Thank you, Mike. I hope you can hear me just fine.
We can.
Good, thank you. I'm not sure what else I can add. Debbie did a nice job, and of course, Mike, you and I have had numerous conversations with Natalie and everybody regarding a projection for next year. And I want to highlight really one key point in the information. And when we look at funding claims for 2024, I mean, it's July 10th. The information we had was actually, I had through May when I was pulling my information together. So not only do we have to fund for the balance of 2023, which you've already funded, budgeted for, I'm projecting 2024. So you have to think about it as compounded trends. If you're a banker, you're compounding interest. So when I say, based on what I'm seeing and understanding and trying to read between the lines, if there's a 15% increase in cost for 2024, that has to be accounted for as a trend going forward as well. So when you just can't say, well, we paid Salina Regional X, so it's just 15% on top of that. It's not. It's actually a compounded trend. So it's almost 25% if you look just based on that. So when we look at the percentage of what Salina Regional impacts the entire cost of the claims for the city, collectively, that's how we come up with the 7.5%. Because it's about 30% of the overall dollars spent on claims. So other trends are not as much. Pharmacy trend is the wild card still. We use 12% on that. This is an FYI. It just matters if somebody takes a high cost drug like Humira or something like that. And also the claims experience of the city. Year to date, the city's claims experience has been excellent. You'll note when we do budget numbers and everything, when we get our renewal information, the city's renewal information from Blue Cross of Kansas, we have a projected expected claim amount to look at. And that amount is essentially what we're funding toward. So anything above that, you have reserves built in. Remember, we've talked about reserves over the years. You've done a great job with that. But right now, the city's actually funding 10% less than that as far as actual payments going to claims. We only have a couple claimants that they're not hitting your stop loss because it's at $150,000 per year. But you're having a very good year. You're under expected. So if that trend continues for this year, I mean, that's kind of offset, what we might anticipate for next year. So when I come up with a 7.5% number, if you were expected, it would be higher than that. So really, the city's good experience today is helping next year, even with impacts of a potential claim cost at one of the larger facilities of which you all use. So you can call it a numbers game if you want. It's a unique problem. I've put together several worksheets. I've shared those with the city on a confidential basis because they're proprietary. But regardless, the point is that there was a lot of work behind the scenes. Mike, you did a phenomenal job of getting all that data. I pulled it up as well. I couldn't compare some because there are a lot of not applicable, not posted, not available at this time, responses on comparable cost. But we also got some other information regarding, can you compare one hospital to another, more or rural, more than metro. There's a lot of rating systems that come into play for reimbursements. But collectively, based on where the city is sitting today with their claims experience, where we're looking at possible increases for next year, mainly from one key player, we think the funding is going to be correct. And I think the beautiful part here is that we've had these discussions that the city has reserve dollars set aside mathematically to address the highs and lows of health insurance. Not so much the insurance, but the claims cost of health cost. So you've done a great job in that. So I think part of that, there's a lot of things that are going on behind the scene that help project the increase. I'd like to see it flat again, but based on what we're finding out, what we're understanding, and regardless of if you use Blue Cross or Cigna or Aetna or whoever, those are probably going to be discussions they're going to have with those carriers as well regarding their funding of services at the medical center. And we're not privy to that right now. So right now the discussion is between Blue Cross and the medical center. So collectively, I think the funding is on, and that's what we're recommending to the City Council to consider.
A little bit later in the presentation, we'll get to how we can react or respond to the outcome of the negotiations between Blue Cross Blue Shield and Salina Regional. We can double back and kind of check our assumptions at that point.
So on slide 11, what we wanted to present to you, as Mike mentioned earlier, the whole misconception of a 7.5% increase compared to my 4% COLA or whatever that might be. So we wanted to break that down and what does that mean to the employee and to the employer. So a single employee or an employee who has single coverage with this 7.5% increase, that would be a $9 per pay period or $216 per year increase to the employee. A single plus one would be $20 per year or per pay period, $480 per year. And for a family, it'd be $24 per pay period and $576 per year. And you can see we also provided on the right-hand side of that table what that effect has on the employer to kind of give you that breakdown. The other thing that's important to note is a 4% COLA to the lowest paid employee on the city's pay plan today would increase their pay approximately $109 per month, or $1,311 a year. This doesn't factor in any of the merits that are included. This is only the COLA. So we wanted just to have that information available for you as you kind of look at this decision and try to make a decision as we move forward. The current budget that we have, the numbers that we've been presenting to you and that we have today, and the numbers that we provided to you today does maintain the 80% employer, 20% employee split. As Mike mentioned, you as a city commission could change that split. For example, if you wanted the city to absorb that 7.5% increase and the employee to be left at where they are, that would create a split of 81.5% paid by the city and 18.5% paid by the employee. The total cost of that, the total additional cost to the city to all funds would be about $94,000 for that option.
So, and I'm going to jump in there. We did frame that up as a decision point, but as I thought about that more, we may want to defer that decision until we know the final outcome of the negotiations of Blue Cross Blue Shield and Salina Regional, just not knowing how that might play out.
Or we'll need a decision, but we'll also be able to change that decision
Correct.
later.
Right.
So as Mike mentioned, we wanted to kind of give you some options of what happens if those rate increases do happen between Blue Cross and Salina Regional. What happens if it's more than the 15% that we're allocating for this? So we just wanted to throw some of those ideas out there. One, we should know prior to year end. Everything that's been indicated to us is that that negotiation should be settled within the next month or so. We certainly can recalculate our estimated costs at that time based on those new formulas and rates. We could also estimate what the fund balance is going to be, and as we get more information into 2023, that certainly gives us more actual data to figure out where we're going to end up if these claims that Ms. Charlesworth mentioned that we're doing a good job, if those claims are staying like they are, if they're rising, if they're lowering, those types of things. We could certainly go out for bid. We don't have to keep Blue Cross and Blue Shield, so we have that option to go out for bid for another provider. If we chose to prepare our budgets differently, we could prepare a revised budget. We could calculate and implement revised rates. We could prepare revised fund balance estimates for the health insurance fund based on new rates. We could come up with a financial plan to address that, whether that's to use some of our fund balance, raise rates a little bit differently, as Mike mentioned, the allocations. And we certainly would be looking at preparing amendments, if necessary, for any fund that's affected by any changes that we have. We certainly, when we do that, can hold back. We've done it in the past. We've held back discretionary spending until we get to those negotiations and we see where those claims are going, and to be able to make sure that our budgets will stay intact with that amendment.
In years past, when do you typically get notified by Blue Cross what your rates are going to be?
Well, our plan ends the end of December 31st.
Actually, Bob, would you be willing to walk us through, when we receive a rate renewal, and then if we had to go to market, what that would look like?
And I guess on top of that, when is Saline Regional Health Center and Blue Cross's negotiations, when is their drop
as
dead date?
Debbie indicated, we're hearing that it's progressing and they should know something soon. I've also been told they need to get it resolved by September 1, just the contract between the two parties. And so conversations that we've had with Mr. Charlesworth are on the assumption that we do have to go out to market. We need to be ready for that, and then what's that timeline look like relative to fiscal year end, and then our plan year is January 1 as well. So it would be quite a bit of work, but it's all doable, and I guess you could say we're more fortunate than some that the contract rate between Blue Cross and Blue Shield and Salina Regional corresponds with our plan year, so we wouldn't be getting wouldn't be seeing a revised rate in the middle of the plan year. But Bob, do you want to walk us through how you see that timeline playing out, please?
Yeah, sure. I'd be happy to, Mike. Historically, we're already in discussions with Blue Cross. We will usually get their early renewal numbers They calculate those actually at the end of this month. So the first part of August, and I'm looking frantically at my last year's information, it was about mid-part of August, I received that information for projecting going forward. The challenge is going to be, is Blue Cross going to be comfortable with that without the formal agreement finalized with Salina Regional, if that's not done until September 1st. So we're still pushing for that, but I anticipate mid-August to have the preliminary numbers for the city's renewal on Blue Cross of Kansas. Now, I don't want to be a doomsdayer, but if for some reason Blue Cross of Kansas and Salina Regional do not come to any terms whatsoever, we're going to have a more candid discussion about how this is going to be funded, who's going to be the claims administrator, et cetera. We talked about going out for bid. It'll be a bid situation, but it'll be more proposal negotiations. We have time to do it. If we know by September 1st, that's not a problem. But obviously HR is going to have to get involved regarding potential changes. The city's going to be ready to fund whatever claims we can, claim data we can find from the new provider network for their discounts. And that may be a one-year relief because they may be targeted next. I don't know. So, but the goal timeline, mid this month, they'll be working on it. I should have it probably as soon after the 10th of the month, which is typically when your claims are posted. I have not actually seen your claims yet for the last month yet, but they're usually around today or tomorrow. I'll get those. So I'll have another month of data available to look at. So I would anticipate probably after August 10th to be able to have your renewal information close to hand. That's my goal, at least.
Thank you for that. Yeah, my health insurance history, you typically get your renewal packet like mid-October and have the open enrollment the first week of November. Is that kind of how the city's works?
No, we get it earlier, sir.
I think he's talking
we
about
used
as
to
an
get it
employee.
in August.
When our
Oh, I'm
employees will
sorry.
see open enrollment for the 2024 year.
Natalie Fisher, HR Director. Over the past few years, it's fluctuated a little bit between late December and then moving it back to early December. I believe this is our second full year of having a calendar year insurance. We used to have our renewal a little later, and then our plan year didn't begin until February 1st. So that's why we used to do it a little bit later. But typically, we try late November, early December now with the 1/1 renewal and keep that timeline pretty tight.
Any other questions?
So at this point, what we're bringing to you, the numbers that we brought to you in our recommendation is budgeted based on a 7.5% increase in cost for health insurance. And as I mentioned, I think we continue on the 80-20 split at this point. We can take that back up when we know the specifics of the negotiations of Blue Cross Blue Shield and Salina Regional, and then recognizing that if that outcome is significantly different, we're going to have to pivot, whether that's stay with Blue Cross Blue Shield and adjust our rates, or whether that's go back out to the market and see what other alternatives we might have. We just don't have enough information to make that determination today. All things considered, going into this, I was fearful it'd be much more than 7.5%, and we don't have a definitive answer to say that is the hard and fast number, but that's our best recommendation at the moment. And we do have fund balance, and we might have some ability to transition over time. I do think, the point that Salina Regional has made that their rates have fallen behind, probably lends itself to, we might as well expect some ongoing increases on an annual basis going forward, whether that's another round of increases from the hospital and Blue Cross Blue Shield, or whether that's other hospital-related providers catching up to the negotiated rate that comes out of this conversation. In either instance, this is just me speculating, but I think we're probably starting into a cycle of annual recurring increases.
So from a budgetary standpoint, for us to move forward with setting our budget for 2024, we really need your consensus on whether that increase of 7.5% seems reasonable, if there's another percentage that you'd like us to use for that number, and then how that's going to be allocated between the city and the employees. For the city employees, as Mike mentioned, that can come, I mean, we could change that later if we felt, once we get into the whole participation and all that stuff later. But we really just need that direction from you as far as how do you want us to move forward with this budget cycle, and at what allocation you want us to go forward with the information we have today.
You know, I think the 80-20 split is good. It's a good psychological split. If you reduce that 20 much more, the risk is that employees lose touch with the actual cost of their health care. And you hope somewhere down the road that it, influences healthy choices and preventive care. I would, if the cost goes up, actually I thought it was going to be a higher percentage increase. And I guess I'm surprised. I guess I thought we had approved some. And I know there was one year we didn't increase it, but I'm actually amazed it stayed level for 5 years, which is probably unheard of, at least for 1,000 miles around us. So it's people have to realize, that, and as a consumer, as an employee, I don't like paying more for it,
Right.
but that's not my role here. It's it's as the employer, and 20% nowadays is it's reasonable. I mean, I think the days where companies picked up the whole thing are probably gone.
That's
but
been long gone.
Long gone.
And I even think as a city, we're generous when you look at the employee plus one or the family, when you're still doing the 80-20. A lot of times you see companies, when they get out to that, the employee is required to pay a higher percentage than they are at the 80-20 as a single, because that increases the cost to the employer, in that case being us, considerably. So,
Can I pick back a question? I meant to ask it earlier. Do we have, I'm going to call it a marriage penalty. It looks like where those graphs are, if we had a husband-wife couple working here, it'd be a few dollars cheaper if they each had their own plan, as opposed to one of them having the plan plus one.
I don't think we
I mean, if just doing it off the graphs, I mean, it probably wouldn't be but a $30 or $40 difference, but it wasn't exactly half of the.
Typically, when we have both husband and wife do a working for us, either one will just waive the coverage if there's a family involved, and there's no additional dollars that go toward the premium. One typically waives it, the other one carries the full family coverage. When they do get to the plus one, let's say they have children who age off their coverage also, what we would normally see then is each one of them just takes their own single policy, their own individual.
So if it's unlikely to be kids, it actually works out a little less expensive to have their own policy.
Yeah, I
Yes.
believe so.
Right. If you looking at these rates at the employee cost, an employee plus one would be $264, and two individual employees would be $236. So,
and the employee plus one can be one child, or it can be a spouse.
Correct.
Okay. The other thing is, and I know some companies do this, is if the spouse is eligible for health insurance on their employer and they don't take it, there's a penalty paid back to the employee that their health because it's costing the city more. You understand what I'm saying? In other words, if if I'm working for the city and my wife works for the hospital, and she's eligible for insurance there, but she wants to come on ours, there's a penalty that's paid to the city to help cover the additional cost because the employer that they're working for doesn't have that burden. And I don't know if that's ever been looked at. That as health costs keep going up, that may be something we have to address.
I've seen that with other employers. I've also seen a lesser payment if you choose to go on your spouse's plan than be on the city's plan. We haven't done either one of those. We say that our health insurance and our benefits are a selling point for working for the city. I think we can do more to actually get that word out.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting it at this point, but it's something I know more businesses are going to, because as Commissioner Davis said, when I first started in the business world, my health insurance was paid 100% by the employer. And then employee and health insurance costs have exploded such that that's no longer normal.
I do, and it's kind of related, but I do think we've got an opportunity to sell our health insurance benefit as a recruitment and retention item more than we probably currently do, because the private sector is doing things like that, and we're not doing that at the moment.
Yeah, I will add, we have heard of some different models of doing that. I am intrigued on some of those organizations, how they go about enforcing that. How they determine if someone else was offering them coverage that was declined or whatnot. I guess I would be interested in learning more about the parameters that are set up there. What we typically will see also when, let's say, there's a spouse that is eligible and maybe even takes coverage elsewhere, if it's a family policy, many times we'll see that someone ends up with dual coverage. So we could have an individual with a spouse that works at the hospital, and they have coverage there, but because the other spouse has 3 kids for a full family, it's cost effective for them to get the family plan. That spouse could have coverage at both their employer and then secondary coverage with us. We don't have any kind of penalties for that. We also don't assess any penalties or royalties to someone when they have the 5th or the 6th or the 7th child that's added to our plan. We don't have any parameters in place currently. It's either...
Don't the insurance companies sort that out in a coordination of benefits?
They do. Yep, they do. That's a benefit also of having a third-party administrator that they're in charge of coordinating that. And my
Right.
staff doesn't have
I've
to.
gotten a lot of letters in the past on that.
In regard to your comment about the plan being something we can utilize for retention and bringing in other employees in, where do we compare with other government entities? Do we have a reference to that, or am I getting too far in the weeds?
No, if there is peer comparison data out there. I don't know that I've looked at it all that recently, though.
I've participated in a few surveys lately. I haven't received the results back. Mr. Charlesworth might be the better one to ask in terms of comparison. The difficulty we run into is we might know the flat dollar amounts, but the plan structures, the different types of plans that individuals have, the different approaches of high deductible plan versus what we cover with our 50-50 share plan. It is kind of hard to determine how exactly we compare, but maybe those that we deem our competitors in the area might be at least something that we can try to come up with a model to show here's how we're doing compared to others.
Yeah, and I think am I on? Yeah. I think you hit on an important part is, and again, I don't know how much employees appreciate or understand, depending on what your deductibles, co-pays are, that type of thing. A lot of companies will leave your premium the same or whatever, but they've increased your deductibles and your co-pays substantially, which is out of pocket for the employee too. So
if we could, while Ms. Fisher's at the podium, It doesn't directly relate to health insurance, but when we talk about benefits and recruitment and retention, when we did the pay plan, we identified some other topics that we needed to take a look at. We are doing that, but we don't have it finalized to the point of having costs that we can put in the budget. As we get further into this conversation, you're going to see that there is some remaining revenue in excess of expenditures that one possible use is just to hold that in abeyance as we finalize things like shift differential and holiday overtime as it relates to time off. But would you be willing to kind of talk through the highlights of what we're looking at and what we might be rolling out next, at least considering for implementation in the coming year?
Sure. We've identified 4 areas that I'm trying to come up with some model to estimate what the cost impacts could be. And those areas, like Mr. Scruggs referred to, those areas include shift differential, increasing that, and expanding it. Currently, we have that only at our police department, expanding that through our other departments. So it would be available, and the approach on how we would award that would be different as well. The overtime factor to include holiday pay, it currently doesn't. So example, this last week, individuals that normally work a 40-hour work week, if they have 2 days where they work 10-hour days, it would not result in any kind of overtime for the week, because currently that 8 hours of holiday pay that was paid out on Tuesday doesn't calculate into their weekly overtime rate. We're also looking at changing the approach when we call someone out. And we're not talking about just holding someone over to work a little bit late, but calling someone out, whether it's middle of the night or 3 hours after their shift ends, to come back to respond to the needs of the community. Rather than it depending on where that is in their work week, to change that approach to be an overtime pay rate to incentivize the response and also to reward the individuals for that extra work they're putting in. And then one other area we're looking at is the approach to if we're designating someone as on call. We currently have people that are subject to call in, but really don't get any monetary incentive for just waiting potentially to be called. So those are the 4 key areas that we're taking a look at.
So I don't want to create any false expectation that those commitments have been made yet, but those are the things that came out of the pay plan conversation. We're taking a look at if we were to change those policies, how we would go about that, and then also cost estimating associated with that. Ultimately, then, that is a personnel policy change that would be a decision point for the governing body when we bring it back. But I say all that now because somewhat related to benefits, recruitment and retention, that kind of fits in. And then that's also a cost that we've just not fully quantified yet. But I think we have sufficient capacity in the 2024 budget to allow us to work through that in the coming months.
Yeah, I think those are important as we continue to look at retention or hiring, as we compete against others. I think those are some of the things you mentioned are out there and offered by other employers. So
some of that we dialed back in response to COVID, and felt like we had to at the time, but it hurt. So happy to answer any other additional questions. Unless we hear otherwise, the budget's been prepared with that 7.5% assumption and
80-20.
And 80-20, and then just knowing that when we hear more from Blue Cross Blue Shield and Salina Regional, we'll have to revisit the math and the budget potentially.
I think it'd be important that employees know that the city's contribution's going up the same percentage as theirs. Because I understand this, we got a raise, but it's all going to health insurance. But everything's going up, and it's just the reality.
And we've had it good for quite a while to go that many years without having to increase health insurance. Over the life of my career, I've certainly not seen that. I've seen 10 followed by 15 followed by 20%. It's been painful in years past.
Well, and it's better to see this play out after we've done a pay increase across the board versus the other scenario.
I think in addition to the level premiums, we did have a short period where we had not a rebate, but a holiday from the.
I know we haven't done that yet. We talked about with our
About 1 year we
fund
did that.
balance policy that we
did?
were hopeful that we could get to a point where if we exceeded the maximum fund balance that we could
talking.
implement a
Okay.
rate holiday. In fact, I was hoping when we did this annual assessment that we might be able to do that, but the balance was so nominal it wasn't even a full pay period worth of a rate holiday yet.
I think what you're thinking about is a few years ago when our budget wasn't looking very well, and we did have a significant balance in that fund, we did not, we waived
We
the
didn't
employer
transfer the-
portion.
That's.
Yeah.
what it was.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yep.
So as Mike said, we have implemented that number into these budget numbers, and I'm not going to go through the detail of these budgets. We just wanted to provide you, we've added a lot of numbers and a lot of initiatives to the dollars that we have been presenting to you over the past few weeks. Unless you have specific questions, I'm just going to go to the fund level, just to kind of show you where we're ending up at this point. Depending on, and this number, especially in a couple of these funds, could change next week, because next week we'll talk about outside agency support, and depending on what your decisions are in that, those affect a couple of these funds. But we're getting pretty close to where that number's going to lie at this point. And so we want to make sure we're continuing to provide you that information as some of these changes come through. So if we flip clear over to slide 49, that's the summary of the general fund. As you can see, at this point in our budgeting, we are budgeting about a $600,000 net income. As Mike said, that we do have that capacity then as we implement some of these other pay plan initiatives to absorb some of that. And if we have to do anything with this rate or anything like that, that general fund has a little bit of cushion. We'd certainly like to get at a more level increase over years to have that number. As you may or may not recall, some of you were probably here 5 years ago, that to have a $500,000 net income in the general fund was an amazing year. We just didn't have it, 10 years ago. We weren't doing that. So for budgeting, from a budgeting perspective, we feel like that's a pretty good cushion at this point. Then if we flip over to slide 52, that's the Arts and Humanities Fund. The one thing I will note with the increase in the health insurance premium to the employer, we did increase the general fund revenue or transfer into this fund to make sure that this fund was budgeting at a neutral rate or at a flat revenue to expenditure rate. So we have increased that a little bit just to make sure we cover that.
While we're on that topic, so that fund transfer covers the salaries in arts and humanities or goes towards it. So as we have conversations about kind of the structure of arts and humanities, the Arts and Humanities Fund and the River Festival, when staff reports to you the financial performance of the River Festival, this transfer is not going directly to any River Festival expenses. It is going to staff that help put the River Festival together. But there's frequently confusion about, well, there's a transfer. Isn't that supporting the River Festival directly?
That's correct. Typically, they'll show the revenue, direct revenue and direct expenses from the River Festival, setting aside the full-time salaries of the Arts and Humanities staff. The next slide, 54, shows the sales tax capital, sanitation, business improvement district, tourism. Those are typically pass-throughs, so there's really no big changes in those funds with this particular item. Slide 56, here, most of these funds, until we get back to the enterprise funds, they're not affected by the health insurance fund. Some of these might have changed based on some of the other initiatives that we put in, but I don't think that any of these pass-through funds are affected by anything that we've done at the current time. So these should all be the same. Sanitation fund, on slide 60, we're showing a net loss in that fund with this increase, so that may be something we have to take a look at and see how their revenue and their expenditures are trending out. I will say we do have salaries in there for vacancies that are 22% higher than what we actually spent in '22. So there may be a little bit of cushion in there to cover that negative loss. The solid waste fund on slide 62, it's still showing a positive in net income. It looks like it's a negative because of that transfer that we're budgeting for. And as I've mentioned before, we will not do that budget until we kind of figure out where that fund, especially where it ends up in 2023, to make sure that we're leaving enough balance in there to cover, at least to make sure we cover our target and our upcoming expenses in 2024. And then we can adjust that. The $6 million just allows us to go up to that amount to transfer that into the capital fund for the solid waste fund. Slide 64 is the Gulf Fund. The increase in the health insurance is not affecting that to go negative. It's still showing a positive net income in 2024. Same with the Utilities Fund on slide 72. Still, it shows a negative, but we knew that with the increase in the debt service and the other spending that we have as we talk about rates, which we'll talk about again on August 7th, we'll look at those and how we've intentionally been leveling out those rates in anticipation of using that fund balance as we add those debt service payments on for that particular fund. The next slide on 73, we do have the work comp fund, but here's where we bring in the health insurance fund. With the current 7.5% increase in revenue and the increases that we've allocated, as Mr. Charlesworth mentioned earlier, with our projection for 2024 and 2025, the budget appears to have about $100,000 net income. So we do have just a little bit, not a lot, of cushion in there in that budgeting option. And like I said, a lot of that will depend on claims and the participation in premiums. Central Garage Fund, this one we're taking a look at a lot of their fees to make sure that the fees that we're capturing are really covering the cost. So this one we're doing a lot of work with behind the scenes to make sure that we're going to utilize those funds and make sure we're rebilling those, because as you know, that's a fund that does work for a lot of different agencies and then bills them for that. So they're doing a lot of work to make sure that those billings are at the right level, to make sure that that fund stays solvent and can support itself. And the bond and interest fund hasn't changed since the last time we looked at this. We did include that change from your decision a couple weeks ago about allocating the additional revenue from the revenue neutral funding into this fund. So that's why it appears that number's going to be adding us some revenue in there. Any questions on any of those particular funds? Next week, we'll talk about, we'll kind of finalize our issues and options with comprehensive fees and outside agencies. That'll kind of wrap up the decisions that we need from you to kind of put together a final budget. And then on July 24th, we hope to have those final budget numbers presented to you. August 7th, we'll do water rates, the water rate study, so that we can adopt all of this. We used to do that in like October, but then we'd have to come back and amend the comprehensive fee schedule. And in doing it earlier, then we can adopt all of our fees at the same time. They're all effective in January. And that'll come when we do the second reading of the budget, which is scheduled right now for September 11th. We'll adopt the budget and we'll do all those ancillary things, which is the pay plan, the comprehensive fees, BID fees, some of those statutory things that we have to approve in the budget process. So that's kind of where we're at on the downhill slide. So any questions, comments, concerns, anything else we can bring you?
This won't affect the bottom line. Sorry, this won't affect the bottom line because this has to go somewhere. But I noticed under city commission, because I figured we were a relatively inexpensive organization to run, I noticed the rent, which I'm assuming is more city manager and his staff gets put on our
It's
tally?
actually the rent to the building, to
Yeah,
this
it's the
building.
it's our payment to the building authority for the city.
Well,
county
that's what I
building.
figured. I was just curious as to why we
I don't know why it got there.
chosen to be.
Well, as much as we hate this answer, that's the way it's always been.
been,
I-
okay.
I'm not sure either, other than.
I mean, I know it has to go somewhere, so it doesn't affect the bottom line. I was just
Right.
Right.
curious.
And you do have city commissioners participating on the building authority, so you have a connection in terms of those ongoing conversations about expenses and revenue in the building. Maybe that's why it ended up there, I'm not sure.
I could see someone saying, wow, our city commission spends $500,000 a year. What type trips are they taking? But
We
it's-
spend more than that. A
We-
lot
well,
of
yeah, we
things,
spend
but
a lot.
not
More than
not
that.
on ourselves.
Yeah.
Just don't get behind on the rent.
Right.
That's right.
We did try to provide you, line item detail, just so you have a basis of comparison. If you want to spend time going over theirs one by one, you've got 2022 actuals, 2023 budget, 24 budget, so you can see kind of trending wise what's going on. There's a lot of individual line items that have a story to them that we've talked about by way of strategic planning or prior presentations, but certainly have, if you have questions that come up between now and budget adoption, don't hesitate to let us know, however specific they may be.
I hear the mayor has bought each one of us magnifying glasses.
Yeah.
I've brought my own this time after trying to read some of that stuff. Yeah. Okay. But we could do that. I think
Right.
we could make that work in our budget if you need a magnifying
Yeah.
glass. So, okay, any other questions for city staff? Okay, if not, we will adjourn. We will be back in here at 4 o'clock for the regular scheduled meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, it is 4 o'clock. I will call the July 10th, 2023 Salina City Commission meeting to order. I would first look to staff for confirmation that the Kansas Open Meeting Act required notice has been properly provided.
Yes.
With that, may we have a roll call?
Mayor Hoppick,
Here.
Commissioner Davis,
Here.
Commissioner Lenkowitz,
Here.
Commissioner Longbine,
Here.
Commissioner Ryan.
Okay. Those that are able, please stand for Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, we have no proclamations or public hearings at this time. That will lead us to the consent agenda.
Item 5.1, approve the minutes of the meeting of July 3, 2023.
Are there any additions or corrections or deletions that a commissioner would like to make? If not, I would accept a motion to approve.
Mayor, move we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve consent agenda item 5.1. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That passes 4-0. That will bring us to administration.
Item 6.1, approve resolution number 23-8137, appointing members to citizen boards, commissions, and committees.
Okay, before you, we have one Citizens Board appointment. We have, I got to get to it. I lost it here. Gloria Woods being appointed to the Library Board. Are there any comments or questions from the commission?
None.
Okay, from the public? If not, I would bring it back to the commission for approval.
Mayor, move approval of resolution number 23-8137, appointing member to citizen boards.
Second that.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 23-8137. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That item passes 4-0. That will bring us to development business.
Item 7.1, approve ordinance number 23-11162 on first reading, changing the zoning district classification from C7 and A1 to I2 to allow a utility company contractor to relocate to the former Harley-Davidson dealership site located on the east side of North Ohio Street, south of I-70.
You're not Mr. Andrews.
I'm not Mr. Andrews. Can I begin whenever? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Can I get this? Whatever. So yeah, I'm not Mr. Andrew. My name is Spencer Aiken, and I'm here today to present this rezoning application and the corresponding plat application we have next on behalf of Mr. Andrew, who is unable to be here today. So the first development item we have before you is application Z232, or ordinance number 23-11162, filed by Ann File on behalf of the Salina Health Foundation, requesting a change in zoning district classification from C7 and A1 to I2 light industrial to allow a utility company / contractor to relocate to the former Harley-Davidson dealership site. This rezoning request area is located on the east side of North Ohio Street, south of Flying J, and consists of the 3.68 acre Linford's addition and the vacant 8.96 acre tract of land to the south. The Salina Health Education Foundation purchased the former Harley-Davidson dealership building and the adjoining 8.96 acre tract of unplatted land from the Rada J. Linsford Trust in 2022, and they currently have an agreement to sell this 12.64 acre site to a utility company who plans to reuse the existing building and the surrounding property for vehicle parking and outdoor storage, contingent on the property being rezoned and platted. So based upon the proposed operations, the Salina Health Education Foundation and the zoning administrator determined that I2 zoning would provide the user the greatest flexibility to conduct their operations. A building permit for the existing 16,000 square foot Harley-Davidson building was issued in 2000. In August 2003, the City of Salina completed the North Ohio Utilities Extension Project, which entailed the construction of a sanitary sewer line to serve properties on North Ohio Street, north of Stimmel Road. So in 2003, this property hooked up to the city's sanitary sewer system, and it now has both city water and sewer. This property also has access to existing natural gas and electric lines in this area. So in a previous meeting with the Salina Health and Education Foundation, planning staff noted that a large portion of this property lies within the mapped 100-year floodplain, and the 100-year base flood elevation for this land parcel is 1215. So new construction can occur in the floodplain if the building is constructed at least 1 foot above the 100-year base flood elevation, which the existing building currently is. Also in that meeting, planning noted this property is located in the North Ohio Street Gateway Overlay District, which requires property owners to file an application for final site plan approval because their site plan and building design must be reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission prior to the issuance of building permits. So this property's lot size, lot dimensions, and the proposed use for the new buyer and the setbacks of the existing building all currently meet the I-2 light industrial regulations. Like stated earlier, this property is located within the North Ohio Street Gateway Overlay District, which was designed to protect and enhance the appearance of the North Ohio Street Gateway into the city from the interstate. So these overlay regulations were adopted in 2007. They apply to all new development and major redevelopment within the district's boundaries, and those regulations supersede those of the underlying zoning district. The applicant believes this property is an ideal location for a contractor's facility due to its proximity to I-70 and arterial street access and frontage. This property was identified as suitable for future development in the city's future land use plan because although it is in the mapped 100-year floodplain, it is not in a floodway. The site is not suitable for a high traffic generating use because adjacent to this property on North Ohio Street, there are only 2 lanes on each side and there are no turn lanes. So this proposed use would be much more suitable than, for example, a truck stop. The applicant states there will be 23 to 25 employees at this location and about 18 to 22 service vehicles, which will depart in the morning and return in the evening. And also the site isn't open to the general public, so the use will not be a high traffic generating one. So the future land use plan, or excuse me, the future land use map in the comprehensive plan shows this section of North Ohio Street as part of a commercial land use designation. Planning staff would note that the adjacent Kenwood Truck Service Center, Foley Equipment, and the proposed Beck Seed Facility, as well as this proposed use, are not retail commercial uses. They are service uses that serve the community and region. Additionally, due to the adoption of the North Ohio Corridor Overlay District, there's less concern about having industrial zoning along North Ohio Street, which is the reason commercial is on the future zoning map. And staff believes approval of this proposed reuse would be consistent with the goal in the comprehensive plan of enhancing the appearance of entryways into the community. Salina Planning Commission met on June 20th of this year, and they voted 6-0 to recommend that the zoning map of the city of Salina be amended to change this 12.64 acre site to I-2, and they made the following findings in support. Number 1, because of the distance from I-70, this site is more suitable for light industrial uses than interstate-oriented commercial uses. Number 2, the subject site is adjacent to I-2 zone property on the west side of Ohio Street, and rezoning to I-2 would be compatible with surrounding development. Number 3, public utilities are available. And number 4, based on the location and appearance of the existing building, the requested rezone would conform with the comp plan's goal of enhancing the North Ohio Street entryway into the community. So their recommendation was made subject to the 2 following conditions. Number 1, a site development plan shall be submitted to and approved by the Planning Commission prior to issuance of any building permits or change of occupancy. And number 2, a final plat shall be approved prior to final zoning approval of the site. So it appears the City Commission has the following options here. Number 1, if the City Commission concurs with the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission, This ordinance rezoning this 12.64 acre tract of land should be approved on first reading, which requires 3 affirmative votes. Number 2, if the City Commission disagrees with the recommendation of the Planning Commission, they may return this item to the Planning Commission, which also requires 3 affirmative votes. The City Commission could postpone, so staff can gather additional information, or they could overturn the Planning Commission's recommendation, provided there are 4 votes in support of denial. So that concludes the presentation of the rezoning part. We have a final plat after this. Would you like me to stop for now and we can answer any questions you may have?
Yeah, that would be perfect. I will look at my commissioner, see if anyone has a question on this.
And we have the applicant in attendance as well, just.
No questions.
No questions.
Okay. And neither do I. So are there any questions or comments from the public? Okay. Would the applicant like to make any comments? If not, you don't have to. Okay. Okay, with that, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor, I move we approve ordinance number 23-111162, rezoning this 12.62 acre tract of land from C7 Highway and Commercial and A1 Agriculture to I2 Light Industrial.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 23-11162, rezoning a 12.64 acre tract of land from C7 Highway Commercial and A1 Agricultural to I2 Light Industrial on first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That item passes 4-0. Now you may proceed with item 17.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, the next item we have before you is application P232-A, which is to consider the acceptance of offered easement and restricted access dedications from the Salina Health Education Foundation to serve the ADR addition, a 2-lot subdivision of a 12.64 acre tract of land located on the east side of North Ohio Street, south of the I-70. The city's subdivision regulations require that subdivisions that abut and have frontage on a direct access perimeter street shall have at least one public street access point on that direct access perimeter street. It is planning staff's interpretation that the proposed ADR addition directly abuts North Ohio Street, that North Ohio Street is a direct access perimeter street, and that the proposed subdivision is required to have at least one direct street connection in North Ohio Street, and the developer is responsible for participating in the upgrading of North Ohio Street to city street standards at some point. The applicant's proposed plat shows 2 access drives on Lot 1 and 1 future access drive on Lot 2 that provide direct access onto Ohio Street. Both Lot 1 and 2 of this proposed subdivision have frontage on and access to North Ohio Street, which is congruent with our subdivision regulations. Also, the North Ohio Street Overlay District requires that all zoning lots within the overlay area have at least 150 feet of street frontage on Ohio Street and contain a minimum of 15,000 square feet of lot area, which both of these proposed lots have. Planning staff would note that North Ohio Street currently meets the city's interim street standard in regard to paving width and thickness, but not the city street standard because it currently lacks curb, gutter, and public sidewalks on each side of the street. And a summary of interim versus city street standards can be found in your packets. The applicant is requesting to be allowed to develop the property with North Ohio remaining in its interim street condition, and that request, that email, is also contained in your packets as well. So the interim street standards require that sidewalks be constructed on one side of the street, and the subdivision regulations allow this if it is done through a development agreement or consent to future special assessments between the developer and the city commission. There are no internal public streets shown on the proposed plat, and restricted access is being dedicated along North Ohio Street, except for the 3 proposed access openings. Also, staff didn't receive any preliminary infrastructure plans and doesn't believe there are plans to extend any public utility lines from Ohio onto the property. A drainage study was submitted with the final plat application of the Linfors addition that analyzed existing drainage conditions. There's no stormwater detention area or drainage easement set aside in the existing subdivision, and building plan records from the original building construction show that building and parking lot runoffs drain to the northeast corner of this site. An updated drainage study will be needed once planned improvements from the new owner and user are known, and this was a condition of the Planning Commission's plat approval. A drainage easement may be needed to be updated by separate instrument based upon the conclusions of the drainage study. In terms of special assessments, property owners outside this development will not be impacted by additional assessments because, like I said, no public utility line extensions are being proposed. We should note the 15-year deferral on the south 8.96 acre tract of land has expired, and assessment payments have begun on that. So the Salina Planning Commission met on June 20th. They considered this application and they voted 6-0 to approve the proposed final plat, finding that the proposed plat conformed with all applicable city codes except the provision of stormwater detention as described earlier. Their approval is made subject to the following conditions. 1, a final plat shall be modified to add a 10-foot utility easement along the north property line of Lot 2 and a 20-foot utility easement along the east and south boundaries of the plat. 2, restricted access shall be dedicated along the Ohio Street frontage except at approved access openings. 3, a revised updated drainage study shall be prepared and submitted with the application for site plan approval, submitted for any future improvements on this subdivision. And number 4, a revised final plat containing all staff's revisions shall be submitted prior to the recording of the final plat. If the City Commission concurs with the decision of the Planning Commission, a motion should be made to accept the offered easement and restricted access dedications and to authorize the mayor to sign the plat on behalf of the city. If the City Commission does not agree, they could return this plat to the Planning Commission stating its reasons for not accepting the proposed dedications. So that concludes my presentation, and once again, I'm here for any questions.
We'll start to my right.
No questions.
As I went through this, what does ADR mean?
I think it's actually just an acronym. I think
That's
it's
what
a
it said
random
in the
acronym.
packet,
The
but it's
applicant
got-
is here.
it's gotta
If
mean
there's anything
something.
special, I don't know about it. But I don't know.
Commissioner Davis?
No questions.
I'm going to look at two things. There's two, on the plat, there's 2 access easements onto Ohio. And did you say the second one was a proposed access easement that's on the vacant ground currently?
So here's what we have. I'll pull it up.
And is the second one, is the second access have to be put in before Lot 2 can be used? That was my question.
So I'll zoom in and then we'll get into the
Okay.
details. So here is a view of the entire subdivision. We have two lots basically.
And the building, I take it, does it sit on Lot 1? There's no...
Correct.
Okay.
It's on the northern lot.
Okay.
So you have the northern lot, which has existing building and existing infrastructure, and then you have the southern lot, which is a vacant piece of ground. So the 2 access points that are proposed on Lot 1 are on the property that's developed, and it's a 30-foot access on the north and a 30-foot access closer to the southern boundary line. And then on the south lot, which is undeveloped, roughly around the middle, there's also a 30-foot access opening. And if we were to go to the aerial photo, what you would see is the 2, I'll turn the utilities layer off. What you would see is you'd have the existing one on the north. This is the existing north 30-foot opening that's proposed on the plat. And there is an ability to have a second one a little bit further to the south that is not currently there. And then there's also an option for a break-in access on the southern vacated piece, roughly around the middle,
Okay.
give or take. So you're looking at 3 total access points that would
And will those be put in immediately, or?
Those will be put in at the time of development.
At the time of development, okay.
Theoretically, they may never be put in.
Okay.
But what it does is it gives the developer the option of putting in an access point at those prescribed locations.
Okay.
And restricts them from putting them anywhere else to control traffic along Ohio.
And then looking at the actions required, we have one where to approve the planning commission, and then also it talks about a motion could be made to approve allowing Ohio Street to be left in its current status. Are those two separate motions that need to be made?
I don't believe so. The situation is, as Mr. Aiken described in his report, is that Ohio Street in this area is an interim standard, meaning it's sufficient for traffic, it meets all safety requirements, however, it doesn't have an urban standard. It's not developed to an urban standard, meaning it doesn't have curb and gutter, it doesn't have sidewalks, it doesn't have a full build-out that you would typically have for a street that meets the full standard. And so the question is whether or not the developer should be required to make up the difference in improving Ohio Street in this area, in this segment, to the full city standard. That is the question.
So I think those are two separate motions. In terms of consistency with our approach on other perimeter streets, that development agreement's a way for us to structure it that they consent to specials if the future improvement is initiated.
That's the
somewhere
way
down
I
the
read
line.
it. That's why I was asking. To me, if we're gonna allow Ohio Street to stay as is, we need to make that motion, and that would take two separate motions and two separate votes. Correct?
That's our thinking. Yes.
Okay, that was okay. Okay, any questions or comments from the public? Applicant sitting back there being awful quiet again, so. Okay, if not, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
I move the city commission concur with the action of the planning commission and accept the offered easement and restricted access dedications and authorize the mayor to sign the plat on behalf of the city. In the alternative, the city, we don't need to read that.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to concur with the action of the planning commission and accept the offered easements and restricted access dedications and authorize the mayor to sign the plat on behalf of the city of Salina. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That item passes 4-0. Do I have a motion for the second portion of the commission action?
I move the city commission support this subdivision being approved with the Ohio Street being left in its current condition. I think that ought to get it.
Yeah, I think.
And we need to go ahead and prepare a development agreement.
Right, so I
Correct.
think we
Yeah.
accept the Health Foundation's request and instruct staff to prepare a development agreement between the city and the developer.
And allow the ADR addition subdivision with Ohio Street left in its current interim street condition and directing staff to prepare a development agreement between the city and the developer addressing the future development of North Ohio Street with the executed agreement being recorded with the final plat.
I'll second that.
It just, a little technicality would be the future improvement of Ohio and not development. I thought I heard development. I don't know. Maybe I
Improvement.
didn't.
Oh,
Yeah.
But-
yeah, I don't know what was said.
It says improvement.
Right.
So, yeah,
Improvement
okay.
in
But
North
Commissioner
Ohio.
Lombard had read.
I'll read it over and.
See if you can clean it up.
Yep, okay. We have a motion and a second to approve the Salina Health Education Foundation's request to be allowed to develop the ADR addition subdivision with Ohio Street left in its current interim street condition and directing staff to prepare a development agreement between the city and the developer addressing the future improvement of North Ohio Street with the executed agreement being recorded with the final plat. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That item passes 4-0. Okay, thank you. That will lead us to item 7.3.
Item 7.3, approve ordinance number 23-11161 on first reading, annexing a 19.8 acre tract of land located on the west side of North Ohio Street, south of I-70.
Okay, before we go any further, I am going to recuse myself from item 7.3, 7.4, 7.5, and 7.6 due to a conflict of interest with my current business. So I will turn the meeting over to Vice Mayor Longbine.
So is Mr. Aiken or Mr.?
No,
Hurd?
I will do this presentation, giving Mayor Hoppick a moment to recuse himself, and then we'll begin. So, thank you, Vice Mayor and Commission. My name is Dustin Hers. I am a fellow colleague of Mr. Aiken. I'm a planner for the City of Salina and filling in for our zoning administrator, Dean Andrew, on this particular case. So this case is in close proximity to the last item we just heard. So the ADR addition is on the east side of North Ohio, and where we are currently looking for this proposed Beck's annexation is on the west side of Ohio, actually west outside of the city limit lines. So if we were to look at our current city map, you will notice that there is a red boundary line that encompasses the area of the I-70 North Ohio interchange. And this interchange area was originally annexed into the city of Salina in 2001. And as part of that project, there was a North Ohio Utility Improvements Project that brought utilities all the way up north, and that's how we have Kenworth, Flying J, and Foley, and then the ADR project as well that currently have utilities. And so what we're looking at with this proposed annexation is bringing in a piece of the county into the city of Salina that would be an extension of the island annexation that happened in 2001. So this whole area, after the 2001 annexation and extension of the utilities, there was also a North Ohio overlay district that was created. And the purpose of that overlay district was to make sure that the city of Salina had an attractive gateway for people coming in off of Ohio and coming south, or coming off of I-70 south on Ohio into our community and over the new viaduct bridge that was constructed around that same time period. So those additional development standards required paving as well as landscaping, and required all development be reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission. And as part of that, there were architectural standards in which they would look at the buildings and the elevation of the buildings. So that is the North Ohio Overlay District and kind of the background of this area. I bring that all into conversation because it does affect both the item 7.3, 7.4, and 7.5 as we go through these presentations. The annexation request is a triangular shape that is on the north kind of east area of the Beck's addition that you saw back in March. So back in 2022, there was a application that was submitted by Beck's for a rezoning of a 15-acre tract of land that would also have a final development plan and a plat. And that particular application was postponed multiple times, and in March of 23, the Planning Commission did approve a final development plan for a 96,000 square foot building for Beck's, along with a plat and a rezoning from A1 to I2. Later on March 27th of 23, this body, the City Commission, also approved that rezoning request and what was being proposed in terms of the plat. So the annexation area would be to the west of that area, and it's this triangular piece in this area. So utilities, there is a 12-inch water line that has been brought up as part of the 2001 project, and a 10-inch gravity sewer line as well. The area is served by Evergy and Kansas Gas, so there are access to utilities in the area. One thing to note is because this is an annexation and the property that is subject of the request is not inside the current city limits and was not part of the original benefit district for the utilities, there may be a frontage fee that gets assessed to Bex in order to have utilities brought to their site, and that would be determined by the Director of Utilities. When we look at the comprehensive plan, future land use map, the area that we are looking for annexation is in this green area. This green area is a conservation area, and the conservation area for the city of Salina is primarily areas where the comp plan does not see development taking place. And the reason that the comp plan does not see development taking place in these areas is because most of these areas are floodway areas, with some of them being floodplain or flood fringe. In this particular case, the flood map does show the area being impacted by floodplain but not floodway, which is a benefit to the potential developer. So this is what the floodplain looks like. The arrow-shaped piece that you're looking to annex comes across around this area here, and so what you'll see is none of the area is impacted by floodway, which is important because floodway has moving water, where floodplain has water that can accumulate, and floodplain can be developed by grading and fill, where floodway development is prohibited. So there is some floodway or floodplain impacting this property. This piece here that you see on the southern edge of the proposed annexation. So the applicant will have to do some grading and moving of dirt and potentially bringing in fill in order to develop the site. With that being said, the property is located in the city's primary service area on the urban service area map, and public utilities have been extended to this area, so annexation of the 19.8 acres would be consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. When the Planning Commission looked at this annexation on June 20th, they voted 6-0 to recommend that this 19.8 acre site be annexed into the city limits in order to be able to connect to city water and sanitary sewer system. The fiscal note on this particular property is that if annexed into the city, the property would be subject to the city's property tax mill levy, and the city of Salina already has maintenance responsibilities of North Ohio, which is the access street that this property would be annexed or accessing to. So the City Commission has the following options. The Commission could approve Ordinance 23-1161 on first reading, annexing this 19.8 acre tract into the city. This would allow development on the site to connect to public utilities and bring the site under the administrative regulation and law enforcement jurisdiction of the city of Salina, and would ensure that emergency response to this site is provided by Salina Police and the Salina Fire Department. Number two, the Commission could postpone consideration of this annexation request to a future meeting date to allow the applicant or staff to provide additional information about the request. Number three, the Commission could decline to approve Ordinance 23-11161, which would leave this property outside of the city limits. Staff would note that if Ordinance 23-11161 is approved on first reading, second reading would be held in abeyance until Saline County Commission has consented to the annexation, and the 23.92 Bex campus is final platted. And what that means is the Kansas state statutes require that anytime you make an annexation request, or if there, anytime there is an annexation request to an island annexation area, in other words, an area that isn't directly adjacent to the main body of the city, that the county commission also review the proposed annexation. And so with that, which is our next item, which is 7.4, but before we get to that, well, staff will take any questions that you might have on this proposed annexation.
Any questions from commissioners?
Nope.
No questions.
The applicant have anything to add? Any public comment? If not, I'll bring this back to the commission for action.
Vice Mayor, I move for approval of ordinance number 23-11161, annexing this 19.8 acre tract into the city to allow development on the site to connect to public utilities and bring the site under administrative, regulatory, and law enforcement jurisdiction of the city of Salina.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 23-11161 on first reading, annexing this 19.8 acre of tract into the city. This would allow development of this site to connect to public utilities and bring this site under the administration, regulatory, and law enforcement jurisdiction of the city of Salina, and ensure that emergency response to the site is provided by the Salina Police Department and Salina Fire Departments. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 3-0. Item 7.4.
Item 7.4, approve resolution number 23-8318, requesting that the Saline County Commission approve the annexation of a 19.8 acre tract of land located on the west side of North Ohio Street, south of I-70, to allow a proposed warehouse facility to be constructed by Beck's Hybrid Seeds to receive city water and sanitary sewer service.
Mr. Ayers.
Yes, thank you. So this would be the companion item to item 7.3. And again, because the Ward Trust property is not contiguous to the existing city limits, the annexation must be approved by the Saline County Commission. And so if the City Commission approves the attached resolution that you have in your packet, and if the County Commission grants their consent, then the annexation ordinance will be placed on the future City Commission agenda for your approval of a second reading. Staff would note that we have been in conversation with Saline County, and they have the item, the County Commission does, to tentatively schedule to consider the resolution if you were to approve it on July 18th. So they know that this item is coming before you and they are aware of it, and so tentatively scheduled based on what you decide, they would be looking at considering the annexation at their July 18th meeting. Fiscally, if annexed into the city, this property would be subject to the city's property tax mill levy, and the maintenance responsibility of North Ohio is already part of the city's responsibility. The commission does have three options that we've identified. Option one is if the city commission wishes to proceed with the annexation of this property, it should approve resolution number 23-8138, requesting that the Saline County Commission approve the annexation of this 19.8 acre tract of land. Number two, the commission could postpone consideration of this resolution, requesting that the county commission's consent to a future meeting date to allow the applicant or staff to provide additional information about the request. Number three, the commission could decline the approval of resolution number 23-8138, which means that this property would remain outside of the city limits. With that, staff will take any questions.
Any questions from commissioners?
None.
No questions.
Any questions or comments from the developer or the public? Okay, bring this back for a motion.
Vice Mayor, I move that this commission approve resolution number 23-8138, requesting that the Saline County Commission approve the annexation of this 19.8 acre tract of land.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to proceed with the annexation of this property. It should approve resolution number 23-8138, requesting that the Saline County Commission approve the annexation of this 19.8 acre tract. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 3-0. Item 7.5.
Item 7.5, approve ordinance number 23-11160 on first reading, changing the zoning district classification from A1 to I2 to allow construction of a sales office and warehouse space on a 23.92 acre tract of land located on the west side of North Ohio Street, south of I-70, directly south and west of Foley Equipment Company.
Mr. Ayers.
Okay. I'm going to get my map shared here real quick, and then we'll begin. So this particular item is the third and final item that involves the proposed Beckseed project. And what we're looking at is a proposed rezoning that has a combination of county property and city property. So the county property is the triangular kind of arrow-shaped piece that is currently in the county and is currently county ag. And then it also consists of a strip of land along the north piece of their holdings that you looked at back in March as part of their original project. That's 150 feet wide and is currently zoned A1. And so if we look at the plat, it kind of describes or shows you what we're talking about. So this would be the strip of land. It's about 150 feet wide and runs the entire length of the property adjacent to the Foley property, and then the triangular arrow-shaped piece that we just discussed as part of the annexation. So this triangular piece is a 19.8 acre tract of land, and then this strip of land that connects this triangular piece to Ohio is 4.12 acres. So in total, what we're looking at is a rezoning request of almost 24 acres. And so what this means is that you have kind of a mixture of property that's currently in the city of Salina and currently in the county. And the piece that is currently in the city of Salina is within the North Ohio Overlay District. And so when Mr. Aiken was discussing the ADR project a little while ago, he noted that the North Ohio Overlay District has requirements for paving, it has requirements for landscaping, and has a development standard in which all development that takes place within the Overlay District has to be reviewed by the Planning Commission. And that Overlay District is shown by this hashed area on the future land use plan. So the piece that is within the city would require that there be landscaping along Ohio Street and that all of the driving aisles or parking stalls, which in this case they're just looking at a driving aisle, would have to be paved. Now, the piece that is in the county and is proposed to be I-2 is outside of the current boundaries of the North Ohio Overlay District, and what this means is that property would be subject to the I-2 district standards, but it would not be subject to the overlay district standards unless you were to extend the overlay district to include the proposed annex area that's currently in the county. So when we look at the I-2 district, the plan that you see on that's superimposed onto the proposed plat on your screen here would meet all the I-2 districts in terms of lot size, building setback, lot coverage, and the like. So looking at the suitability of the site under the existing standards, the particular property is in close proximity to I-70, and while it is impacted by floodplain on the southern portion of the property, it is outside of any of the floodway area, which means it is much more developable. And the Beckseed operation is not expected to generate a lot of traffic, and so it would be a low generating traffic use, which would be conducive for this area of Ohio Street. There are 4 lanes of traffic adjacent to the property. However, it does reduce down to 2 lanes when you get a little bit further south. So adjacent to where the proposed access would be, which would be directly across from the ADR site. It does pinch down to 2 lanes, but we do have 4 lanes closer to the I-70 interchange area. And looking at the character of the neighborhood, most of the surrounding uses are commercial and industrial in nature, being retail and service uses. And so you have Kenworth and Foley to the north, which are both zoned I-2. Then you have Flying J and then the ADR project that are on the east side of North Ohio Street. And so the proposed use of Beck's, which is kind of a seed sales operation that also will have agricultural plots of land where they can test their products, and farmers and people interested in their product can come see them, would be compatible and similar to some of the other service type uses and retail type uses that are in the surrounding area. Public utilities are existing, and the site would have access to them, both city utilities as well as things like gas and electric with Evergy and Kansas Gas. And you also have access to public services in terms of fire protection and police protection. Conformance with the comprehensive plan, as we noted when we were talking about the annexation, this particular property is in the conservation area, which when the city of Salina went through its last comprehensive review in 2010, it was viewed that this area, because of its distance from Ohio and because of the floodway and floodplain around it, would never be developed, and so it wasn't encouraged at the time, and so that's where the conservation district was come into play. Now, since the property has been remapped and the current maps show that, I'll pull up the plat because it shows it a little clearer, or actually here, this will be good. This is the format of the current maps that we have that were adopted in 2018. We see that the area is not impacted by any floodway, and it is impacted by floodplain. However, you do have the old former Mulberry Creek Oxbow, which is fairly deep and provides an opportunity for stormwater detention that would help mitigate any flood concerns that someone might have. And so the site is more developable than what it initially appeared when it was given a conservation land use designation in 2010. The PC, the Planning Commission, when they reviewed this particular rezoning request on June 20th of 23, they voted 6-0 to recommend that the zoning map be amended from Saline County Ag and A1 to I2, subject to satisfactory platting of the property. Fiscally, there would be no direct fiscal impact on the city if the property were to be rezoned. Commission action, your first option would be if the City Commission concurs with the findings of the recommendation of the Planning Commission, Ordinance number 23-11150, rezoning this 23.92 acre tract of land to I2 should be approved on first reading. And this action would require 3 affirmative votes. Option number 2, if the City Commission disagrees with the recommendation of the Planning Commission, it could return the item to the Planning Commission together with the reasons for their disagreement. And number 3, the City Commission could postpone consideration of this rezoning application to a future meeting date to allow the applicant or staff to provide additional information. Number 4, the Planning Commission could overturn the recommendation of the City Commission could overturn the recommendation of the Planning Commission and deny application Z23-3 filed by Beck's Hybrid Seeds, provided there are 4 votes in support of the denial. The Commission would need to adopt alternative findings in support of the denial. If the City Commission were supportive of Beck's request for rezoning, but would like to see the overlay district boundaries extended to include the alternate site, the Commission, by motion, could direct staff to initiate such a change. And so that last remark is in regard to the development standard that they would like to see on the annexed piece that is outside of the current overlay district area. Currently, Bex does have a plan for a 96,000 square foot building. And if the city commission would like that plan to be reviewed by the planning commission in accordance with the overlay district standards, which are going to have a requirement of certain masonry versus metal exterior, would require paving and landscaping, things like that, then they could ask staff to work with the planning commission on that extension. The planning commission, when they reviewed this, they did not make such an action, and the reason they didn't is because they felt with the site being about a quarter of a mile off of Ohio, that the North Ohio Overlay District wouldn't have a major impact on the property, but you certainly have the prerogative to disagree and initiate staff to work with the planning commission on expanding that overlay district. So with that, staff will take any questions you might have.
Any questions from commissioners?
No questions?
No questions.
On that overlay district, everything I've seen and heard about the Beck Seed Company is first-class operation, and I'm pretty confident that they're going to do a nice development. Anything from the developer? Any comments from the public? Bring it back to the commission for action.
Vice Mayor, I move approval of ordinance number 23-11160 on first reading, changing the zoning district classification from A1 to I2 to allow construction of a sales office and warehouse space on a 23.92 acre tract of land located on the west side of North Ohio Street, south of I-70, directly south and west of Foley Equipment Company.
I will second that.
We have a motion and a second, and I got a different version of what you have, Commissioner Davis.
I took mine more from the agenda. There's
Okay, you took it off the, okay. Got
they're
it.
similar, but yeah.
Got a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 23-11160. Yeah, where were you at on that?
Did I read it correctly?
Off the white sheet?
Off the white sheet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 23-11160 on first reading, changing the zoning classification from A1 agriculture to I2 light industrial to allow the construction of a sales office and warehouse space on 23.92 acre tract of land on the west side of North Ohio Street, south of I-70, directly south and west of the Foley Equipment Company. Let's see, we didn't take a vote.
We have not voted yet.
We have not voted. I got ahead of myself. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Aye. Motion carries 3-0. And that brings us to item 7.6.
Item 7.6, approve ordinance number 23-11163 on first reading, changing the zoning district classification from A1 to I2 to allow future industrial-type development on a 35-acre tract of land located on the north side of West Diamond Drive, north of I-70, directly west of the Petro 2 Travel Plaza.
All right. Let's, do we want Mr. Hoppick to rejoin us? Mayor Hoppick?
No.
This one too.
Oh, he is?
He's
Okay.
recusing himself
Thank
on
you for
this as well.
that. Okay, so I will proceed with the presentation. Thank you, Vice Mayor and Commission. Again, Dustin Hers with Planning and Zoning for the City of Salina. The subject property that we are looking at today is, as the description described, on Diamond Drive, and it's going to be north of I-70 and west of 9th Street. So if you go up 9th Street, north of I-70, you go west on Diamond Drive, and there is a large 35 acre tract of land directly west of Jackson Flats property, which is just to the east of them. So this particular property was annexed in 2007, and utilities were brought to the site. The property was zoned BC, which is the county's version of business commercial, and AG, which is agricultural, and the property was given an A1 zoning district classification at that time. So if we were to turn on the map, what you'll see that we have I2 district zoning directly to the east, and you'll have C5 zoning along the south side of Diamond Drive that abuts, those properties abut the I-70 corridor there. And so what the applicant is requesting is rezoning this property from A1 to I2 to match the properties that are directly to the east. And so in 2007, when this property was annexed, there were utilities brought to the site, and I'll turn on that layer so you can see them. And there was an 8-inch water line that was brought along the south property line on Diamond Drive, on the north side of Diamond Drive, and that 8 water line actually encompassed the entire property. So they have an 8-inch water line on the south, on the west, on the north, and on the east. And there's also a 8-inch sanitary sewer line that was extended down Diamond Drive that this property have access to on the south side of Diamond Drive. There was a benefit district that was created, and this property has deferred paying those benefit district fees until recently. And the layout and design of these internal improvements would be resolved during the plating. So you'll notice that the water line does go all the way around the property. However, extension of those water lines into the site and the access to the sewer lines would be deferred until the property is fully platted. In 2008, the public right-of-way was dedicated for Diamond Drive, as well as a 20-foot wide water line easement along the west and north property boundary lines. So there is a utility easement along the west and north property lines, and then there is 40 feet of public street right-of-way that was dedicated as part of this property. And so there has been right-of-way already dedicated for this piece. In 2021, Comco sold the property to Gary Johnson, who is the applicant, and he is the individual that is applying to rezone the 35-acre tract of land from A1 to I2 so that he can develop the property in the future. He does not have any specific plans in place currently, but is looking to develop the site similar to the I2 properties that are directly to the east. The I2 district designation is designed to permit industrial activities that are of a limited nature, which are compatible with adjacent uses and districts. The I2 district does not require that properties have front yard landscaping, and it does not require that paving and driving aisles or parking and driving aisles be paved. It does require that there be an all-weather surface, but that all-weather surface could consist of rocks, gravel, or millings, something similar to that, as long as it holds up in all weather conditions. But paving is not a requirement in the I2 district. Looking at the suitability of the site, this area was identified as being suitable for future employment hub by the future land use plan, and water and sanitary sewer, as well as some storm drainage improvements have been made to this property in order to make it developable. Staff would note that 100% of the property is located within the floodplain. So I'll pull up the flood map so you can see what that looks like. and you see the screen goes completely blue. So the entire property is impacted by floodplain, and staff estimates that it's about 3 foot of fill that would be required in order to bring that particular site up to the base flood elevation where it could be developed and built on. Looking at the character of the surrounding neighborhood, this is a transportation corridor. We are north of I-70, and Diamond Drive connects directly to North 9th Street, which is one of the main arterials within the city of Salina. Existing development in this area consists of primarily industrial and commercial uses. The commercial uses that we have are on the south side of Diamond Drive, and then we do have some industrial uses on the north side of Diamond Drive. This area is previously identified as a primary service area for extension of city utilities and services. There was a special assessment benefit district and cost recovery area that was created in 2007 to facilitate commercial development in this area, and water and sewer improvements were completed in 2008. Staff would note that Jackson Flats washout site adjacent to the subject property to the east is zoned I-2 already. The question for the commission is whether the approval of the I-2 zoning on the north side of West Diamond Drive would be compatible with the zoning and uses of nearby property, particularly the commercial uses on the south side of Diamond Drive. So to pull up the zoning map again, just so you can see what this is referring to, you do have C5 service commercial zoning on the south side. You also have highway commercial, which is our C7 district that we have around a lot of our interchange areas where our city streets intersect with interstate highways. And those are all on the south side, with some of the C7 being on the north side, Diamond Drive. The most adjacent properties on the north side are already zoned I-2, and so the question is whether or not this proposed I-2 zoning would be compatible with this area along Diamond Drive. Staff did have contact from the KOA campground. They contacted staff and expressed concern that the proposed I-2 zoning could potentially allow a manufacturing operation that could operate 24 hours a day, and they felt that could be damaging to the overnight campground. Staff noted that as a general rule, zoning does not regulate business hours, and the owner of KOA also expressed concern about the existing on-street parking on Diamond Drive, which makes it difficult for larger vehicles to get through. Staff indicated that they will look at what parking limitations are or should be in place on Diamond Drive. And so even though the I-2 district does not require paved parking, any proposed commercial activity on the site would have to meet the off-street parking regulations for whatever development were to come onto the site. Looking at public utilities and services, the site already has access to public utilities and services, including police and fire protection. Street access points, utility extensions, and drainage are all details that would be addressed when the proposed plat is being reviewed. Conformance with the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan in this area does show employment hub land use categories, which would be directly linked to I-2 zoning. I-2 zoning is considered a compatible use for that land use designation. And the comprehensive plan even states that industrial development, quote, should be located in proximity to support services with good access to major arterials, truck routes, belt highways, utility trunk lines, along with railroad spurs, nearby airports, and as extensions of existing utility or industrial uses. So this would fit into all of those requirements that the comprehensive plan has. So the Planning Commission recommendation for this particular rezoning request, the Planning Commission met on June 20th, and they voted 6-0 to recommend that the zoning map of the city of Salina be amended to change the zoning classification of this 35-acre site from A1 agricultural to I2 light industrial, as requested by the applicant, subject to satisfactory platting of the property. There would be no fiscal impacts on the property if the proposed rezoning were approved. There are a few options that the commission has. Option 1 is the city commission. If the city commission concurs with the findings and recommendation of the planning commission, ordinance number 23-11163, rezoning this 35-acre tract of land to I-2, should be approved on first reading. This action would require 3 affirmative votes. Option 2 is if the city commission disagrees with the recommendation of the planning commission, it may return this item to the planning commission together with reasons why it is in disagreement. Number 3, the city commission could postpone consideration of this rezoning application to a future meeting date to allow the applicant or staff to provide additional information. And 4, the city commission could overturn the recommendation of the planning commission and deny application Z23-4 filed by Gary Johnson. Provided there are 4 votes in support of the denial, the commission would need to adopt alternative findings in support of the denial. Staff would note that second reading would be held in abeyance until the property is final platted. And we will take any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Any questions from commissioners?
I wanted to touch a little bit on that concern from KOA Campground. I think I have a pretty good overview of the area, but refresh my memory. We're in close proximity to a truck stop, a truck wash, other commercial entities that make considerable noise. I mean, overall, it seems like that ship has already sailed.
Well, it's a situation where the KOA property is in the county. It's not a city property, and not to mean that the concerns aren't valid, but it is a situation where you're right, there is commercial and industrial activities happening in this corridor already. That's what the comprehensive plan, which was adopted, in 2010, projected. So it seems to be in fitting with the ultimate vision that the city of Salina has had for quite some time. Not to invalidate the concerns of KOA, but it does fit within what has been kind of foreseen or envisioned for this area for quite a while, and is compatible with a lot of the adjacent uses, it appears.
And a point that Mr. Hers made earlier that I think the intent of his point was, if you presume that you don't rezone it industrial, then the presumption probably is that it would be commercial. We don't limit the hours of operation of commercial either, so while it may not be a manufacturing operation, you could have a truck stop or other commercial activity that's 24 hours a day with a commercial zoning.
Understood. Thank you.
You said the estimate was it'd take 3 feet to raise that out of the floodplain. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if that is done, do they have to have some kind of plan for where that water's going?
Right, so there's multiple steps involved in that. One would be as they're platting the property, they do a drainage study. Now, there has been quite a bit of drainage work that's occurred out here already, but that drainage study would be part of platting the property. And then as they're elevating the property, they would have to get a fill permit to show how the property will be developed, what would be elevated, what wouldn't. And depending on what that engineering analysis looks like, there may be detention that's required, meaning some ponds that would hold water until it could be discharged at a later time when it isn't storming and there's not hard water or hard rain coming down.
So I think a point worth noting is it doesn't have to be raised 3 feet in its entirety for the entire property. That depending on the proposed use, buildings would have to be elevated. So that gives you an opportunity on each site to contain the water and then can discharge it at a controlled rate.
Yeah, that's a good point. And just as a way of example, because we already talked about it, the ADR site, when we pull up the floodplain, what you'll see, and I'll put a transparency on it just to make it a little easier. Oop. So you'll see that the actual ADR site that has been developed is elevated outside the floodplain, but then you have some lower elevation levels around the building pad or developable area that are still in the floodplain. And so developing in the floodplain is achieved by a few different ways. One is you can bring fill onto the site to elevate the site. Another is you can move dirt around, move soil around so that you have a building pad that is higher and then other areas that are lower. Sometimes this is done in a way where you take area from a potential drainage detention pond and you add it to a site where you elevate it so that you have a pad that's developable. And so until we know how the property is being developed and what the intentions are of future developers, we can't project how much fill or not will be brought onto the site.
So they would just have to elevate the plot that they're going to build on.
Right. So FEMA, who we help administer flood standards for, they're most concerned about buildings and structures and making sure that in a major flood event, those buildings and structures don't get damaged. They're not as concerned about parking lots or landscape areas or other areas that may not have physical improvements that aren't buildings, that aren't structures.
It's been a long time, but we've all seen a lot of water out there, so
Can I just ask a question out of curiosity? Is there a way to, what is an echo in here? Is there a way to figure out how long it takes that 3 feet or 1 foot of elevation to erode away just with natural wind, rain?
I think the applicant's engineer might be in the room. He's not, okay. I couldn't answer that question.
Typically, that's a pad site and you put a building on it, so I don't know that the building itself is at risk of, eroding away from underneath it. If it were a gravel parking lot, you may need to fill that back in.
So it's not the base of the foundation that's the measurement, it's the first floor entry?
Yeah, there's actually a very prescribed measuring point within the building that has to meet that floodplain
Remember, we were
elevation.
doing the hotels on the other side of I-70, we talked about it, I just couldn't remember what part of the structure actually was the
Yeah,
0 point.
There's a
Yeah.
first floor elevation point.
So what they do is when you have a property that's developed in the floodplain and elevating the site or the area where the building would be is required, is the site is elevated, it is either dirt is brought in or dirt is just moved around so that you have a high point, and then you put a footing and foundation in, and before you go vertical with construction, the engineers, they shoot what's called an elevation certificate, which is a form that FEMA has that confirms that the lowest floor elevation of the proposed structure, because we have the floor now, is at least 1 foot above the base flood elevation. And that is required before the building goes vertical. And that's simply so that once we have a building up, we don't have to tear it down and, relocate it. And so there are processes involved in conforming to the FEMA regulations and our own floodplain standards within the city of Salina, but it is possible to do development, and there is a way to make sure that the lowest floor is elevated at least 1 foot above the base flood elevation.
Thank you.
any additional comments from the applicant or developer?
Thank you, Vice Mayor and Commissioners. Jeff Mace, 157 South 7th with Compro Realty. I'm here on behalf of Gary Johnson Trucking. Just a couple things that I'll add that may make this add what little clarity I can at this point. Walkers have, the Jackson Flats Washouts has 120 foot under contract. I think it was in the staff report, but I didn't hear it mentioned. So we're going to be looking at immediately developing there once we can get through this process. So they would require that I-2 zoning designation. The other thing that I might mention to you relative to the floodplain and the 3 feet of fill is Gary and Pam Johnson also own that 36 acres immediately north that's in the county. As we've gone through the plating process, the preliminary plating process, as we discussed with the Planning Commission, is we don't know yet what that development's going to look like relative to any kind of master drainage or master planning of any sort. We've talked to one group that was looking at 30,000 square feet, a 30,000 square foot building, and I've got another group that's looking at a 7,500 square foot building. Two totally different things relative to drainage. So we're asking for, when the plat comes before you, which the application's going in, I think, here on Friday. When the plat comes before you, we're asking for that drainage study to be deferred until we know what we're building. What we're doing right now is, because we were taking this through for Walkers or Jackson Flats, we decided to go ahead and get it zoned and platted so we had something buildable that we could market and not have to worry about this process later. So we're just simply would be asking for a deferral on that piece. The Planning Commission raised the question about, well, we know that there's master planning done, and there is, and we very well may end up there once we know what we have. But currently, it's on very much just on the open market. So we do have a lot of ground to the north that's not in the city limits for borrow, for fill, or for detention as needed on this piece that you're looking at today. So any other questions, I'd be happy to answer, but I don't know if that's helpful, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Changing the zoning from ag to industrial, does that change the tax levy?
Well, the county determines the valuation and then how much a property is taxed, and they do so based on use. They don't really pay attention to our zoning. It's really how the property is used. And so as long as it's vacant ground, my understanding is it wouldn't change it, but once it becomes developed, depending on what it is developed as and what kind of development is there, then the taxing value would change.
That's correct.
Any public comment? Bring it back to the commission for action.
Mr. Vice Mayor, move that this commission approve ordinance number 23-11163, changing the zoning district classification from A1 to I2 to allow future industrial development on the 35 tract of land located on the north side of West Diamond Drive, north of I-70, directly west of the Petro 2 Travel Plaza.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 23-11163 on first reading, changing the zoning district classification from A1 agriculture to I2 light industrial to allow future industrial type development on a 35-acre tract of land located on the north side of West Diamond Drive, north of I-70, directly west of the Petro 2 Plaza, Travel Plaza. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 3-0. We will welcome back Mayor Hoppick.
Okay, we are ready for item 7.7.
Item 7.7, Southview Estates LLC. Item 7.7A, approve resolution number 23-8139, recommending and supporting an amendment to the moderate income housing grant easement between Kansas Housing Resource Corporation and the city. Item 7.7B, approve resolution number 23-8117, adopting an amendment to the Southview Estates LLC development agreement.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you. Today we're discussing the Southview subdivision that currently has two sets of economic incentives related to housing production on it. The reason we have two resolutions is we have two documents in front of you that we're addressing. One is the grant agreement for the moderate income housing grant. The other is the development agreement you have referring to RHID, or Rural Housing Incentive District. So the developer has brought forward a request to make amendments to those documents as they have gone through the development process. Today I'll be going over those recommended or requested amendments from the developers for you. As a little bit of a background, Southview is composed of a formerly vacant 25-acre parcel on the southeast corner of South Ohio Street and East Schilling Road. It's excluding the northwest corner parcel. This housing development project was proposed with 3 phases for a total of 108 new housing units. And as of June 1st, 2023, here's what we currently have. Jacob, if you wouldn't mind putting up that map. We've got a series of maps that we'll kind of go through to show you how the requested changes may affect that map. So here's the original Southview development. As proposed, you have phase 1 here, what is mapped as phase 2, and then phase 3 here. Within phase 1, which is completed construction, you have townhomes and single-family homes. For phase 1, we have 14 of the single-family residential homes which are complete and sold. And then of the townhomes, there are 16 of those and 2 are sold, with the remaining 22, so there's 24 total. Next slide, please. As a reminder, this property received an RHID October 18th of 2021. That is 100% of the tax capturement for 25 years for an aggregate fiscal impact of a little over $6.5 million. Building permits were waived for a total of $104,676 as part of that action. The MIH, which we're also discussing, received $400,000 in 2021 following approval from the City Commission via Resolution 217986 and that grant is through KHRC, Kansas Housing Resource Corporation. Kansas Housing Resource Corporation actually came back and gave an additional $208,000 to the project during an additional award cycle. So for a total award of $608,000. Most recently, this project has applied for KHITC. I felt it was necessary to just add this as we talk about incentives so the Commission had and was reminded of full awareness. On February 13th of 2023, the City Commission approved Resolution 238109 supporting an application for Southview for Round 1 of the Kansas Housing Investor Tax Credit, or KHITC. That Round 1 application was a request for $1,080,000 for 36 homes within Southview, with a maximum ask of $30,000 per unit. Round 1 did not receive state approval. You most recently, in May, approved a second resolution supporting that application for Round 2 of funding. That has not been awarded yet, and a notification is expected in August. So the current requests that we have here, now that we've kind of summarized that phase 1 is complete, the developer is asking that one of these units in phase 1, these were what was identified in the MIH agreement to be the MIH units. And at this time, the developer is asking to expand the number of eligible units to these that are over here. So if you'd click one more time, Jacob. Well, sorry, Amanda got fancy, did some nice animation here. So you can see in phase 1, all the S's mark sold, and if it's got an M, that means it went to MIH. So MIH means it was also sold, but you can see the differences there. If you click one more time. So since going further in the project, the developers have started to recognize that this portion right here, formerly mapped phase 3, they're referring to construction phase 2. Basically, they swapped 2 and 3. So if that gets a little confusing, what was once 3 is now 2. So we call them mapped phase 3 and construction phase 2. Everybody with me? So they're kind of going up in L motion. Project has started here, goes over here, and then goes up. So they'd like to take this next phase, which these are all single family slab on grade. These are not townhomes, and they'd like to incorporate into the MIH agreement saying, not only are these viable product, but also this portion, these next units would also be MIH eligible. And for us, what that simply says is that expands that MIH obligation and says right now we have 24 that we have to totally commit to. And we need 18 more enrolled to meet that MIH obligation. So by adding the additional phase, you're essentially adding more inventory. So we have the remaining 22 townhomes here, and then we would have the new 24 units here that would all be MIH eligible. Now you may be saying, well, Lauren, that's more than the 18 you need. Yes, because each time a sale comes in the door, you want the developer to have a little bit of an option that if somebody isn't MIH eligible because they make too much money, the home could still be sold. So you need out of that 18 of those to be MIH eligible sales. So that is the request. We have asked the state, who is the grantor in this, if that would be acceptable to them, and they have given us written confirmation that they are acceptable pending the commission accept that action as well. So that is the first request here, is to add these additional units to the MIH grant agreement.
That's a question.
Yes.
If that request was not granted, the houses in phase 1 would be forever locked in that designation and would have to be sold.
So you would have the
way.
22 townhomes would have to be MIH sold. Correct. If we,
So basically the ones that are there that aren't
there are
sold or
only
anything.
22 townhomes. There are no slab on grades left. All those are sold. So there are 22 townhomes left in phase 1 that could be MIH sold. 2 have already sold.
And the total MIH number that has to be accomplished is?
18. You need 18 more sales, 18 more enrollments. So yes, if the question is, could you fulfill your obligation with those townhomes? You could.
If they were selling.
If they were selling it, and if every sale that comes in
Was MIH.
was MIH eligible. I mean, the other obligation, because the interesting thing with the MIH is we are actually the grantee. So, and Southview is the sub-grantee. So we're still responsible for the grant at the end of the day. I mean, if the commission was concerned about the obligation we have to the grant, we could go back to the state and say, we think 24 is too many. You know, is there a lower number we want to go to? But I think, you know, what we went into this was saying we wanted to encourage more workforce, moderate, owner-occupied housing. We can still meet that obligation of the original grant. Their request is just to add it more product. And I think what we learned is their slab on grades sold quickly. So if we're looking to meet that MIH obligation, the product that is in phase 2 is there and has a track record of selling. The developer also, as noted in staff report, has come under the costs that were in the development agreement. So the townhomes, the price in the development agreement is $190,000 a unit. They're listed at $180,000, and the single-family slab on grades development agreement requires those to be $225,000. They're listed at $204,000. So the price points are below what the development agreement established them to be.
Can you give a little breakdown and explanation of MIH? I know what it stands for, but
Yeah, so the Moderate Income Housing Program is money set aside by the state through Kansas Housing Resource Corporation to incentivize the gap in housing, not necessarily for low income, but for moderate. So what the state says is, look at your community, have a housing study, have other data that determines what moderate is, then you need to look at the state's adopted income qualifications to justify a product that meets that. and it helps to fill the gap in construction costs to be able to take a higher quality product and get it to that affordable price point, which is moderate.
And while we're on the topic, you might touch on the ongoing commitment, the 5-year requirement.
So basically, when you have an MIH qualified sale, that individual needs to meet that income level, and there'll be a secondary mortgage on that property for $5,000 for 5 years. But let's say something happens, you've got to move in 3. That basically is prorated, so you'd only get a portion of that 5-year commitment back. But it is possible to return some of that investment. But the idea is to have a little bit of an anchor that kind of keeps people in those properties for 5 years. Ideally, you're not flipping them and using it in a different way, but to really establish roots in that neighborhood for a 5-year term, and to keep those prices for sale for a 5-year term. So that is the MIH piece. It's hard not to talk about MIH when we talk about the development agreement a little bit, but this first request is, and that resolution goes along with that, is basically us saying, yes, we're okay if the grant agreement is updated to say, we'll add phase 2 to the inventory of possible product that could be MIH eligible and lead to meeting our remaining quota of 18 units.
So just so everybody knows, that's the second resolution, 238139.
Correct.
Yes, okay.
Okay. The next 2 requests pertain to the development agreement. So the first request is related to the project milestones. So all of our development agreements that we've done for housing incentives have an Exhibit F, which is project milestones. And that's where we've broken down when commencement of construction needs to start, when the infrastructure needs to be installed, how many units need to be built of certain types within a certain amount of time. And that's one way for the commission, through the development agreement, to assure that there's reasonable progress happening on a project. There's also financial issues there, like if they don't meet that, what are the penalties for those types of things. So what the developers are asking for in this is that the Exhibit F project milestones be amended to add an additional 12 months to milestone 3. I have noted that milestones 1 and 2 have been met within the project thus far, but milestone 3 is the remaining one, so that would be 30 single-family homes, 44 townhome units available for sale, and all associated infrastructure within 24 months of the commencement of construction. The developers have identified with the slowing of the market, increases in interest rates, the speed at which the product they anticipated it selling has slowed, and they're requesting additional time be added to their project. By adding that 12 months to phase 3, it essentially pushes phase 4 out, so we end up with a 48 months to the completion instead of 36 months. Any questions about timeline? In the blue sheet, we do have the exhibit showing as it is from the development agreement, and then in red, it identifies what that would look like if you adopted the resolution to amend that.
What would the penalties be if that timeline was not met?
So there's a monthly reduction for failure to complete by 2.5%. So this is related to that RHID, so we have a certain amount of money that you've designated would go to the project, so this reduces, if they miss these milestones, it reduces that money that they would get. So, and for each milestone that's missed, it's a 2.5% reduction.
Per month.
Per month, thank you.
Now, were the reasons for the requested extension more on the construction of the houses or the selling of the houses?
Developers identified slower than anticipated home sales in phase 1. These slow sales are due to increased interest rates, the cost of materials, and supply chain difficulties, delaying in-ground infrastructure, which in turn delays the vertical construction timeline. I do believe the developers are here so that you can ask them some more questions.
So these houses are not being built ahead of time before they're being sold, or are they?
They are, but I think it's a timing of only building so many, seeing those are sold before you kind of start the next batch. So typically, we've seen them pulling permits for, 5 to 10 at a time. You get those footing and foundations poured. You start the vertical construction, get a handful of those ready to market, then you start the next. So you've always got some ready to be sold, but then you've still got some on the go.
Okay.
The second request to amend the development agreement is to allow developers to sell the Phase 1 townhomes, those remaining 22, to investors for rental. So currently, the way the development agreement reads, as originally intended, was all sales in Southview were for owner occupied. We've had discussions with the state to see if those townhomes could be rentals still under MIH. It's a very complicated process. Basically, when MIH can go to rentals, but you do like one property, one landlord, if they sold like 6 of the townhomes under MIH for rental purposes, and we changed the grant agreement, every time they sold to somebody for an investor, with over that 5-year period, our staff, as the grant managers, would have to keep track of every one of those tenants that switches over, verifying every one of those tenants' incomes. It would be a lot. We are not staffed to do that. And could we do that? Yes. But I think after talking with the developers, talking with Mike, talking with bond counsel, if the body chose to do any rentals at this point, it would make sense not to have those be MIH rentals. Now, if you choose to do this amendment, it does not preclude somebody from buying one of the townhomes and being MIH eligible. It does not preclude somebody from buying one of the townhomes who's not MIH eligible. It would just add a third option that says, I can buy one of those MIH, or I can buy one of the townhomes, and I can then turn it around and rent it to somebody. So it would be, and this amendment is written to be very specific to these townhomes. As you'll see in the amendment, it's by address. So this can't be construed of any of the other townhomes somewhere in the development. It is only for these addressed pieces.
Could you repeat that last scenario as far as buying it? If someone bought it now,
So if you choose to make the second amendment to the development agreement, it would allow the developers to sell the townhomes in Phase 1, the remaining ones, to individuals who wanted to invest in them and make them rentals. So the townhomes remaining could either be sold to someone who wanted to buy as an MIH owner, someone who wanted to buy and live who is not MIH qualified, or someone who wanted to buy as an investor and rent those properties.
but if it's rented, the renter would have to be MIH qualified? No.
Nope.
Well,
No.
So
If we expand the MIH
If
footprint.
we did that, but that is, it's not recommended by the state. It's not recommended by us. Is it doable? Yes, but it will be extremely labor intensive. So if the commission wants to make those units rentals, it would make sense to not make them MIH rentals. And if you choose to add Phase 2 to the inventory of product that's MIH eligible, it would take some of the pressure off of those units.
But
So-
conversely, if you chose not to expand the MIH footprint and you were open to rental, that would leave us having to administer the MIH program on the rental properties and the changing tenants, which is onerous. We, from staff's perspective, would not recommend that.
So these units would just basically go on open market, though someone who was MIH qualified could buy it under that program.
And somebody who wasn't MIH qualified and just wanted to own or occupy.
Right, could still.
Could also.
Could buy it.
Yeah, so we're just adding a third option that somebody could buy these ones and rent them.
Did the original plan mandate a certain number of townhouses? Or was that just the developer's choice to build?
Well, the townhomes still exist. It just,
I mean, as far as the MIH part of it.
Nope, MIH just says a certain amount of units.
Units.
Yeah, at the outset, the development agreement spelled out a number of townhomes and single-family homes, but I think that was in response to the developer's plans as much as anything. Then the MAH came in after the fact, and it wasn't, it's just a numeric number.
Correct.
But the developer, there are some construction requirements that go with MIH units that the developer then made a choice of which units to build to that standard, which kind of impacted the distribution of single-family and townhomes.
Well,
But-
and the state changed some of their construction
And then-
standards. I mean, to what Commissioner Longbine was asking about, the MIH program's been around for a few years, but got an influx of monies during COVID, ARPA money, and as part of the housing priority for the governor. When you put that kind of money into a program, there was a lot of it going out the door, and so they've got a lot of newer staff trying to kind of get all these regulations out the door, including construction standards. And by round 2 of MIH, original construction standards that were kind of deemed onerous by a lot of the construction community had been picked up on by the state, and those standards already changed. So there was some of the product in phase 1 that wasn't even eligible in the beginning became eligible really through the process, which is no fault of Southview's. That's really kind of a state regulatory issue. So that's one of the other reasons is all the product in phase 2 would be qualified under the standards and eligible as well.
So I would assume from this logically, you don't have to answer on the developer's stead, but there wouldn't be any more townhouses built, judging by the way these are.
Well, phase 3 still remains, and that has townhomes in it. So at this point, the developer is not questioning the viability of townhomes in phase 3, but recognizing what was selling in MIH was the slab on grades, and that in order to fill that obligation, that product's what's desired, and that product is what can meet the obligation quickest.
I'm with you so far.
Okay. And as I was saying, to the question you have, Commissioner Davis, this isn't just any townhomes. These are by address in the development agreement, only these ones. So there is no question about, oh, I don't know, is this townhome or that townhome? You look at the address, it either is or isn't eligible for that additional type of sale. From a fiscal note, additional fiscal obligations beyond the RHID fiscal impact has been identified as part of the request. Neither support nor denial of this proposal amendment represents notable impact on staff time, unless we decide to go down the MIH rental route, and there is definite staff impact there. As the mayor mentioned, you have 2 resolutions in front of you. Resolution 23-8117 is a resolution to amend the Southview LLC development agreement. Amendment of that development agreement would deal with the timeline in Exhibit F and also the allowance of the townhomes as identified to be available for investor purchasing and rentals if approved. So the commission can either approve Resolution 23-8117 or approve with resolutions or further direction to staff, postpone consideration to a specified date and time and provide staff direction regarding additional information or amendments, or for vote to deny the resolution, provide additional direction to staff regarding on how the city commission would like to proceed. Staff recommends option 1. And then second, you have Resolution 23-8139, which is to adopt an amendment to the Southview LLC Moderate Income Housing Grant Agreement to include additional 24 single-family homes pending KHRC approval. You can either adopt this resolution, approve with amendments, postpone and give further direction, or vote to deny and give staff direction how you would like to proceed. I'll also note the developers are here for questions, and City Bond Counsel is here for any questions you may have regarding the development agreement.
I have another question.
Okay, yeah,
whenever-
go ahead.
Was our waiving the building permit fees tied to this being RHID or getting the MIH funding?
It was tied to RHID. It was part of that process in which it's not necessarily because you got an RHID, we gave you a fee waiver. It's when they came forward for their RHID, they said, hey, we've got this additional request, would you waive our fees?
Okay, and that would not be affected any if these were sold as
No,
non-MIH
because
housing?
those fees are seen when construction occurs. So when Southview comes in and they get their permits, we're just not, those fees aren't being applied at that time. And then the prices in which they said they would sell the houses, which for instance, the single families would need to be for a price of $225 or lower, that can't change even if they're selling it to an investor. It's still in their RHID agreement.
Okay. And as for the extenuating circumstances, I think we can get a rubber stamp in 2023, and everyone's extenuating circumstances are the same. Is there any litmus paper test that we hold folks to actually show that that's a hardship?
I don't know that it's a pass-fail test as much as a discretionary decision for you as the governing body.
That's about as good as the answer I could hope for.
It's not necessarily what you were hoping for, but I
Right.
think that's where we find ourselves.
Okay.
Staff's available for questions, and I think any of those involved in the project.
Did have some questions regarding the townhome products. These are 3-bedroom, 2-bath on slab?
Townhomes?
3 and 1 and 2 and 1.
Okay.
2-bedroom, 1-bath, and 3 in bath.
All on slab? Okay.
Yeah, nothing has basements in Southview.
Just wanted to confirm that. So perfect world, these hit the market and do what they were planning on doing and sell. It appears that the Salina market is one where the townhomes tend to be more of a rental market thing and not purchase. I mean, to me, it makes sense to, again, it's not perfect, but we're kind of going to Plan B. But it makes sense to me to open those up to the rental market, and it's still filling a housing need.
Would this small number, relatively small number of townhouses compete with, would it oversaturate the market with the other rental?
Staff has considered that. For instance, the RFP for the 500 units you've had out, you're still probably 18 to 24 months out, at least 18 before you've got somebody moving into something. So, this product is ready. Your decision, they go on the market immediately. So that gives some time for that to go onto the market. And really the only other townhomes that we're aware of that have come onto the market recently are those off the Brock Court, where we did KHITC for that. Yeah, Kansas Housing Income Tax Credit. And I think those are 7 of them, 8 of them. Really that many? Yeah, but that's the only other townhouse product. And we have heard from the real estate community that the townhomes are really what a lot of people are looking for. If they can't find a home slab on grade and they're not ready to do that and they need something that's a little bit more of an apartment, more than an apartment, the townhome works well.
I think a question I have is what kind of marketing strategy, what has been done to try to market these properties?
Well, I'm gonna leave that to Southview LLC. Gentlemen.
Good question.
Stan Bykewist, Salina, representing Southview. Thanks for having me. Thanks to the staff for rounding up all the facts and figures and bringing them forward. Excuse me. I think it's pretty obvious that we have a townhome issue as far as sales go. We built 14 homes. They're all sold. We built 24 townhomes. Two units are sold and 22 are unoccupied. We have Presently, we have 12 townhome units that are unsold and complete, but we're waiting for sales to go ahead and complete them. We can complete them we can complete all the rest of them in 30 to 45 days to meet the total of 24. As far as marketing, we've hired 2 local real estate professional outfits, and they've been working hard. They've been doing open houses. They've been doing showings. We started our original price on the 3-bedroom at $189, the 2-bedroom $179. We've dropped each one of those $10,000. So the 3-bedroom is $179 and the 2-bedroom is $169. Both the units that have sold were 3 bedrooms. Presently, in phase 2, we've gone ahead because we see the market. We're trying to make our commitment to all the organizations. We presently have pulled 12 permits in phase 2, all single family, and have and we have 6 slabs there, plumbed, ready to start going upright. At the present time, the question came up, would we build any more townhomes? At this time, the market tells us no. So until a future date, no, we see the markets in the single homes, and that's where we want to focus. With that, I'll take any questions.
Did that answer your, go ahead.
Mr. Backwist, I was out there when you first opened the single-family homes, and it was dressed up, looked nice. If I was looking for a townhome and I drove in, saw the condition of that property, I'd turn right around and drive out. If I were a realtor, I'd be embarrassed to take a client through there with knee-high weeds.
Well,
Why are you not marketing the property?
We have recently sprayed all those weeds.
Well, it's to the point where the city could be citing you for the tall weeds.
Commissioner, you're probably correct. Someone from the city would have to answer that, but
So if I was trying to sell a car, I would probably clean it up and wash it.
I would agree with you. We've been negligent there, but we've been trying
Not
to
trying very hard to
build the
sell
product.
these townhomes.
I agree with you and apologize.
Excuse me. I just wanted to comment on that, Bill. We have taken measures to take care of all the weeds out there, but I would like to say the city's responsible for mowing the ditches out there, along with South Ohio, along Stone Lake, and weeds are this tall. I've been calling and calling and calling. Can't get nobody out there. Same thing with Magnolia Hills on Markley Road. So, right back at you.
Yeah, I understand. We've had rain, thankfully, and the weeds
I
are
mean, they're
growing.
this tall, though. They've been that way for a month and a half.
Weeds are growing.
We haven't had that much rain.
But
Okay, same issue.
back to my point, if I was trying to sell a car, I'd wash it.
Well, and I've called the person at the city several times for mowing, and all I get is, I'll pass the word on, and nobody comes out and does anything.
But this is the front yards of the properties you're trying to market.
Yes.
Yeah,
The whole ditch along there, along Ohio Street is this tall, and the city's responsible for mowing it.
But the front yard's full of stickers and weeds.
Not no more.
Part of our conversation was the city's responsibility corresponds with the hike-bike trail, the widened hike-bike trail. So I'm not prepared to say that the entirety of that is city mowing responsibility.
Well, they mowed it once, like 2 months ago.
So by way of contract, we contracted out what's supposed to be mowed, and we've had conversations about the contractor and getting them out there. But the residential properties are the responsibility of commercial properties are the responsibility of the owner, and then residential depends on whether it adjoins the widened hike-bike
I know. I've been
trail.
out there. I mean, we've seen it, and it's It's just that part that the city's usually mows. It's not been mowed in the last month and a half, and I know we let our weeds get away from us, and everybody's been busy, but we've had somebody come in there spray all the weeds. If you drive out there right now, they're all almost to ground level right now, so we are handling that.
Are there any more questions?
I've got a couple questions. Does it, and this is for city staff probably, does it matter which resolution we look at first? I'm trying to think, they kind of go hand in hand, but
I'm just going to ask the same question.
you've kind of got to look at 8139 if you're going to move the MIH, if you're going to allow that. I think, to me, that almost needs to be the first one we address, and then we can look at 238117, which deals with the time extension and the rental. And then I have some questions
I would
about
agree with that, just because depending on what you decide on the breadth of the MAH geographic area, that then might inform your decision about renting town rooms.
So can we, I'm going to ask that let's address the 238139 first, so we know where we're at, and then after we're done with that, let's move on to the development agreement with the time extension and the rentals, if that's okay with fellow commissioners. I think that makes more sense.
Yep.
Okay. So basically, my question on the MIH is basically all we're doing is extending the number of units that are potentially available for MIH. And I have no problems with that. I probably think they maybe even left themselves a little short on the number of units they had to go to the MIH, because they almost had to sell every townhome as a MIH if they were to do that. So,
Yes.
So for me, extending the MIH into phase 2 really, I don't think affects us as a community any.
No, I agree. That's because I was going to ask if we could do that one first, because that certainly have a lot less
So based on that, do any of the commissioners have any questions for staff or the developers on the MIH phase 2?
Negative.
Okay. Is there any comments or questions from the public? Okay, if not, I will bring it back to the commission for action on Resolution 238139.
Mayor, I move we approve resolution number 23-8139, resolution of amendment of the Southview Estates MIH grant agreement.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 23-8139, a resolution of amendment for the Southview Estates LLC MIH grant agreement. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That item passes 4-0. Okay. Now we can move to further questions on resolution 238117.
What's the state's position on encouraging owner-occupied housing and setting up these programs, particularly the MIH?
I don't think I understand the question.
I mean, is owner-occupied, is the goal to get people into home ownership rather than rental as soon as possible?
MIH allows for both. So MIH, depending on how you apply for the grant, can either be a rental grant or an ownership grant. So it's not necessarily MIH favoring one or the other. And I think really the desire behind moderate income housing is that it goes to people with moderate income. And so owner occupied is the easiest way to do that.
So, and I guess I would add that by taking the action you just took, the numeric requirements still remain. So from the state's perspective, they granted MIH funding associated with a numeric number of units, which will be, I suppose.
24 units total. So we'll still meet our 24 units. We just have a bigger pool to pick from.
And they will be owner occupied.
Correct. So really,
And the way our grant was written didn't exclude rental, or, I mean,
Oh, it
broad enough.
excluded rentals, so the rentals aren't gonna qualify. So
But that exclusion wasn't on the MIH side, it was in our development agreement.
it's in both.
Right.
So our MIH agreement was for 24 owner-occupied homes, whether that was a townhome or a slab-on-grade single-family.
So that's not changing.
That's
We're
not
just
changing.
spreading out the geographical footprint.
Just like that.
Right.
Instead of saying that will all happen in phase 1, now we're saying it will happen in phase 1 and phase 2. And the state said, that's fine, just get it done.
Okay. So,
But then the RHID also has an owner-occupied.
Correct. So our RHID, which we said, hey, we're willing to give 25 years of this type of tax incentive at 100% to do owner-occupied. Now, we have, if you look at our housing study, in those buckets of how much owner-occupied do we need, how much rental do we need, we have room in those buckets to add rentals to that. But in the scheme of things, these 22 units is not a huge number. I'm not recommending or not, I'm just saying based on our data, you do have room to take more rentals on. We don't have known saturation in this category. And the units that you may be incentivizing through the RFP for 500 units of housing won't be on the market for, over a year, if not longer. So incentivizing these doesn't necessarily conflict with that.
So, I guess I would add one more thing, and I'll acknowledge this may be a little more editorial than usual from staff's perspective, but when we did the housing study, we identified numbers and housing products, and they were things that weren't getting built in our market. I think when we looked at RHID, part of the thinking was that the reason we would break from the norm is we've got developers taking a risk. When we identified we're trying to generate these numbers and we're trying to generate these housing products, we were looking for developers to deviate from what we'd seen historically. So we went into this recognizing the developer was taking on some risk. That was part of our conversation about, the incentives and the lending rates and whether they could get a loan. Now that they've taken the risk and they're on the market, we're starting to see how the market's actually responding. So not to say that you should, not to tell you what the decision could be, but one consideration is we're on the backside of having taken that risk, and now we're reassessing.
I guess my reason for asking, our incentives aren't cash out of our pocket necessarily, maybe except for the building permit waiver, but it's money that we're deferring for, in this case, 25 years.
Correct. And you just reminded me, when we talked about the risk, it was they're taking out the loan to be reimbursed with increment to be generated over time, presuming they get it built and it sells and it goes on the tax roll.
Right. Now, is there any incentive that we would not have used if we knew up front these were going to be rentals as opposed to owner-occupied housing?
Well, in all honesty, that could have been all of them. If you as a governing body said philosophically, the only thing we're interested in is owner-occupied, you could have held back all of this on that premise.
But hindsight being 2020, in retrospect, we wouldn't have pushed them or nudged them maybe towards the townhome configuration.
It's an incentive point. So like there's a matrix of points you can earn, and one of the higher value point options on the matrix is alternate product. So something not typical of what we see in the market, and that was to try and kind of test out some of this stuff. Did we need townhomes for owner occupied, or did we need them for rentals? Did we need slab and grades without basements? Did we what product did we need? Because we hadn't seen a lot of different types of product.
So now we know the townhomes are a bit of a no-go for owner-occupied, and it's time for Plan B.
At this point, I think that's the thing that at least staff's seen in the last couple of years of, being more aware of real estate and housing transactions than ever before, is that market changes fast. And so even the best plans and the best data, sometimes what's being bought and what's not, I do think this is kind of a compromise, and it's very specific. Rather than saying all the townhomes in the subdivision are just up for rental, This is down to these 22. That gives the market some more time. You could possibly extend the timeline by 12 months for milestone 3. You let the market keep kind of going and see, all right, what does phase 3 look like? If maybe it's time to put townhomes back on the market, maybe things have changed, interest rates change. This doesn't really, this deals with right now, and it gives some time before you have to deal with phase 3.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I'm not second guessing any of staff and the recommendations. It's hard to predict the market, especially the last 2 to 3 years. I mean, I don't think that's any big secret. It's just more of a commentary on, this is what we have, it is what it is, now we need to move forward. And this seems like the best course of action.
Question for the developers, how long have the townhomes been on the market now?
Since January.
Can you step up here so everybody can?
Townhome's been on the market since January 1st, completed.
Important to know.
Single families went on November 1st.
Yeah, and to follow up a little bit on Commissioner Linkowitz, I'm a little surprised they haven't sold because of the price point. I mean, the homes were actually more expensive. The townhomes, although they're smaller, they were a price point that I think as a commission we thought would sell, to be honest with you. Mainly the fact they came in under where we asked them to be. So, and just from kind of being in the business, I'm going to look at Commissioner Linkowitz more because he's in the rental business. But just because we allow these to be sold as rentals doesn't guarantee they're going to be bought up, because if you look at what they're selling for and you look at the cash flow, it may not be a great investment. Now, it may be something that a business in town that's trying to bring people might buy some of them up to house people or something. But as far as a investor to buy it and expect a good rate of return, I'm not sure you get that even at these prices based on what rent you can get. So I think we have a shortage, I believe, still in the rental market in Salina. So it's not like we're saturated with rental properties. We also, our development agreement that we're trying to get, or that we did with the $25 million to build rental properties, as I think Ms. Driscoll said, we're a year and a half out. So we have a need for rental properties still. So whether they sell, somebody buys them, they become rental properties, it's just another avenue.
So just not being in the business, would you anticipate, how would I anticipate if these rents are going to be in the price range of the population that we were originally trying to get into this housing? And if it's just open market, if it's a great place, you write a check and you get a nice place. But are we gearing the rental market towards certain income, or just open market? It may be more half rhetorical question.
Because we're not doing MIH, we can't. We're not saying they have to be within a certain income. I don't.
So if these are turning into rentals, they could be either.
Well, they could be rented to people that would have qualified for MIH, or they could be rented to individuals that do not qualify for the MIH.
What I can tell you is there is a market for this, because I get requests for said product all the time. Now, whether the price point is one that everybody's going to be able to rent, the answer would probably be no. But there's absolutely, I get calls asking for 2-bath, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 3-bedroom all the time. And at that point, they're not even asking price. They just want to know it's available so they can move here because they have a job that they want to get here for.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess the thing that, moving into phase 2, we're going to do more homes that have shown to be successful, and those, will be available for MIH. So
there are programs, not necessarily our programs, but there are programs that are income driven, low income, moderate income, have income qualifications associated with them. We've had conversations as part of the RFP process about rent rates and whether we can get some commitment to rent rates for a block of time. But other than that, I'm not aware of us having any rent control provisions administered by the city. Not to say that that couldn't be negotiated in some way, but
Now, I was just wondering if the housing plan had, you know, we tiered the rents into certain
right.
groups, even with the larger development that we're
Yeah, we
discussing,
definitely
right?
stratified it based on incomes and then what those incomes could support in the way of rent rates.
And I guess to answer your question about whether we meet that, I don't know of another way besides what we're doing with the funds from the state of Kansas to build anything and get our rents lower than they are, because we've made, with what we've done, I mean, we couldn't build these properties for any less than they are.
And to Commissioner Linkwood's point, I mean, there are people, you know, money's not the issue. There's just nothing to rent.
Yeah.
You know, and they're not worried about qualifying for income. They just need a roof. And you have to have spaces.
A whole
for them
different
as well.
discussion is we keep discussing our deficit in employees, and we need to bring employment, employees to the community, and it's kind of, you need housing to do that. Does this fill that need? We can only hope, I guess.
Has anyone given consideration to the people who have purchased property with the idea that this is going to be a nice owner-occupied neighborhood, but now we're going to make it a rental neighborhood?
You're talking higher-end rental properties. I mean, just spitballing based on the 1% rule, which, sorry, I won't go into that. Basically, if you're talking about a property that's around $170,000 minimum, it needs to rent for $1,700 a month or more for it to even.
Well, that's beside the point, but you're going to have new neighbors every 6 months to a year.
But it's not,
rather than an established neighborhood.
and I understand what you're saying, but I'm not trying to. Where I'm going with this is that when you have clientele like that, the transitions are going to be different in terms of, all the negative connotations with, well, this is a rental home, this is a rental property. Part of that is just the mess of people having their lives in disarray and at the risk of going on social commentary. But where I'm going with this is that's where you have the furniture on the curb line. That's when you have the move outs at 3 a.m, that kind of dysfunction, if you will. People in this price point, I'm not going to say it's not going to happen, but it's going to be an outlier. I don't think you're going to be dealing with the kind of clientele that most people think of when they think of, that negative rental clientele.
Well, as an example, our medical students, our medical residents here in town, they can afford to pay it, they just can't find it. And they're certainly going to be good citizens and great neighbors. But,
well, there's a lot of people, I think, that are also waiting the market out, maybe hoping that the interest rates will go down a little bit, or the pricing might do something different. And whether that's going to happen or not, I can't say. But there are people in kind of a holding pattern, and they're more apt to do like that executive level rental property. And that's just my opinion based on my experience and based on the recent call load that I've had with rental inquiries.
Well, and in this case too, you may even, because those properties are all right next to each other, they're also kind of ideal for an employer who's looking to buy properties, for employees that are in transition while they're waiting to buy something, or, employees who can't purchase something on their own. I can know any of both our major manufacturers have identified that when they have expat employees, they can't purchase property, so they need somewhere. So those are options too. And by taking those, they're still eligible for MIH purchase. They're still eligible for regular purchase, but by not making them MIH rentals as well, that it does allow the employers to do that, because we get into a whole other set of rules if we tried to make those MIH rentals. So if they're just regular rentals, the employers could have access to them too.
Well, I come back to the fact that I don't think the intent of the RHID is to make these properties available for investors. It might be a sweet deal for them, but That was never the intent.
And I think that's the one issue that isn't settled, in my head. If we're doing it for investors, then I want the building fee back, and then I begin to wonder, okay, well, if this was investment property to begin with, then that 2.5% penalty ought to kick in. Because there's a lot of, let's say, tax money, it's not all city, that's, feeding the investment return here.
I will note your housing policy for incentives does allow rentals in an RHID. That may not have been the intent in this one, but it isn't something, and if you guys want to take that back up in an amendment to that policy, that's something we could do, but the RHID does allow for both types of product. And it's not against state statute to have rentals in an RHID.
And I understand where Commissioner Davis is coming from again, but it's kind of like they've been on the market for a number of months. If it had been 30 days, I'd say, no, you've got to go back and try harder.
And I was going to ask, is this for our market in inordinate amount of time to be on the market and not be sold?
I would, and again, I think just in the last few weeks, the real estate market slowed down again on purchases. So I would say that in the way things were, this has been more than adequate time that I would have expected these to sell.
So staff pulled numbers. Typical product sits on the market about 30 days, and these have been on for, 330?
Yeah. So, and that number may be slowing down a little bit now, but it had been, we only had 45, less than 50 homes on the market, and they were turning pretty fast. But that, I think this last week or two, for some reason, that slowed down a little bit. But that tells me that there hasn't been a market for these for some reason.
Yeah, in June, I think we had an average of 30 days on market for a product, and these have been here for 130 days now. So, and I mean, one of the other things we discussed with Southview is holding out till the end of the school year, because a lot of times we'll see people in transition of moving from a new place, seeing if sales picked up around then, and we didn't see any changes either.
Are all these properties on multi-list, or are they exclusive to one brokerage?
No, they're all on the MLS, yeah. And I'll say the realtors have been really good about calling staff, asking questions about MIH and verifying, and title companies getting the stuff to us, so.
Okay.
I think it's worth mentioning, and I'll preface, everything I've been talking about, I'm basically, this is competition for my business, essentially. I should probably mention that. So it's not like, it's like Burger King advocating for McDonald's Big Mac, basically. But when I sit back here behind the dais, I have to look at it from a bigger picture standpoint. In big picture, what I'm seeing is we have properties that are available for somebody to live in, and we have large employers that are bringing people in to our community, which is what we want. And these are stagnant, essentially. And we have an opportunity to possibly change that. And I'll leave it at that.
As I said, it's not a guarantee, but it's another option. At least opens that door for them, I guess.
I hate to throw this out, but would this be a conflict if you were to purchase these properties?
I have no plans to do that. But I appreciate you bringing that up, and if that needs to be a stipulation on whatever we're doing today, I would be happy to abide by that. If Lankwitz is on the no-buy list, that is perfectly fine. And I know I'm kind of being a little facetious, but I do mean it wholeheartedly. It's not a big deal.
Okay, are there any comments or questions from the public?
Ben Winholt, Salina. Man, I've heard all kinds of different ways of going about this, how you've all come up with everything, all these excuses and everything. let's go back to the beginning. You all were told that these would be single family, single owner occupied, no rentals. That was given for the incentives for the builders. It was said that they took the risk. Here's the risk. They're not selling. It's their risk. Why do you change the rules now? I've been in the housing market for over a year now, and I guarantee you what's selling are homes that are worth the money. In other words, they're built good, they offer something, they're already established. New homes in the price range that I'm looking for are out of the picture. They're not selling. Yeah, when I come to a property that's coming along that's already been had all the sod done and everything else, the basement's finished and everything, boom, they're going quicker than we can even get a bid in on. So you got to look at the house, the townhome itself. If it's not worth the money with what it was built for, is the reason why it's not selling. This includes all new houses everywhere else. But the point I'm going to go, and I'm going to go with Commissioner Longbine. If I was one of these 14 homeowners that bought in this area with the stipulation and the selling point that these were going to be owner occupied and no rentals, period, I'd be a little upset right now because of the fact that all of a sudden you change the rules and there's rentals all around me. We all know that even though you are a high-end rental, the landlord may not take care of that home, nor is a renter going to care compared to somebody that's invested, say, $169,000 in their own home. They're more likely going to take care of it than a renter is, because a renter knows that within 6 months to a year, he's going on to something else. You keep saying that townhomes, oh, they're a hot commodity because of the fact that nobody can find homes in this town. Well, no, it's not with these that are not being sold. So I think I would have to go with standing up for the owners that have already bought in this area with the agreement or the point of sale that all of these were going to be owner occupied and there were going to be no rentals whatsoever. So I don't know why you all want to try to change the rules now when the investors took the risk, and just because they can't sell them, well, then they need to either build a better product or lower the price even more.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, bring it back to the commission. Any more comments or?
Yeah, I have a comment. I would wager that most people in this room, when they were starting out at some point, probably rented a property. And I really find it interesting that we have this attitude and mentality that renters are less than. I find it offensive, and I find it just, it's not a very honest way to think about things. It's intellectually dishonest to do that because, again, we've all had to start somewhere. You know, we can't just pop out of high school or college and buy a house.
True.
Okay, do we have a motion or any?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we hear these three questions separately.
So
We got three items here.
We
The 24 MIH.
already voted on that. So you're talking about dividing up the 238117 into
Yes.
two?
Yes.
Mayor, if it's helpful, there's a parliamentary procedure or motion called dividing the question. It works well when you just kind of have an articulated motion on the floor. With this resolution, I think there's a way you can do that. So if Commissioner Longbine's motion is to divide the question, and then you take a second, you vote on that, you then could vote on the question of extended timeline. You then could vote on the question of allowing rentals or not. And the unique part of it, with it being a resolution, is following those two votes with a sense of direction of what you want the outcome to be, then staff could help you with finalizing the wording of that resolution to take a third vote, which would be the resolution that reflected the first two votes. So walking you through that, I think if you consider Commissioner Longbind's motion a motion to divide the question, if you have a second and a vote on that and it passes, then you vote on the two topics. Once we know the outcome of both of those, then we can help you with whether the resolution needs to be amended to reflect the outcome of those two votes.
Okay, so we have, I guess, Commissioner Longbind, is that in the form of a motion to divide the questions?
Yeah, I make a motion, we divide the questions on resolution number 23-8117.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second, to divide the question on resolution 23-8117. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, we will, let's look at the time extension first. Would anybody like to make a motion as to the time extension?
Well, I'd like to paraphrase former Commissioner Rod Franz's words. Some hills you just don't want to die on. This is not a big issue. I would move that we extend the timeline by 12 months. And I don't have the exact wording that I should.
No, I think that's sufficient
That's
for
sufficient.
this.
Okay,
and
thank you. The
if we're gonna
resolution's
end up
gonna
with the
be the-
resolution
yeah.
before all
Okay.
is said and done.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to extend the time extension on Southview Estates LLC, RHID, 12 months. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 4-0. So the next motion we would need, if anyone is so moved, would be to allow the remaining townhomes to become rental properties. Would that be sufficient?
Yeah, I think we all kind of know where you're headed, and the resolution will formalize that in greater detail.
How about the remaining townhomes in Phase 1? How is that?
That's helpful.
Do we have a motion?
If I wanted to amend that, I would have to wait for that to be.
Well,
No, I haven't made a motion. I'm just
you
trying-
could state it in the negative and indicate that you don't allow that. But we're really trying to get the question of, as a group, are you open to rental of the townhomes as requested or not? And then depending on that, we can go to the resolution and help you figure out what that wording should be.
Well, I was going to further define which townhouses I'd be more amenable to opening for renting.
Okay, yeah, if you want to further qualify that, that would be helpful as part of this vote.
The townhouses that are not, there are two of them that have, well, one half of them has already been sold. Exclude those two. So that,
So
Is that-
if you would go.
yeah, I have no idea what the
So-
addresses would be.
I see what you're saying.
So the list of addresses, does that,
I think Jacob's gonna pull the map back up. And if you just- yeah. So you've got one on either side of
Of the street.
the street, and then it's like half of that unit, right? So
Yeah.
within here, this specifically identifies the remaining addresses.
so I think the question is the
What addresses?
unsold half, is it on the list to be rented or is it not on the list to be rented?
15 and then 16 or 18. I think it's
But are they on the
18.
list?
Should be on the list.
And I wouldn't mind just, addresses to be filled in later by staff.
Yeah, well,
Unless we have to be more specific.
We have the
Okay.
breakout of the addresses. I think we just need to determine whether the two halves are on that list or not.
Both halves are on the list. So 1113 Harbor Drive and 1115 Harbor Drive.
Yep.
And then 1116 and 1118.
Yep. Those are the structures.
So if I understand where you're
So
going
you'd
with
like
this,
to
Commissioner
remove-
Davis, you would like those units to, in their entireties, not be available for rent.
In an attempt to protect whatever
question for
Home
staff,
ownership.
and I understand where you come from. My question to staff is, if I buy the other half of one of those townhomes, how long do I have to hold it before I could sell it to an investor if I happen to do it?
Thank you for asking that.
But, and I understand it's the 5 years if it's.
You're not
under the
MIH, though.
I'm not MIH. So if I was to buy that and move into it, and a
None
year
of that
later,
matters
a
if
year
we're not
later, I got
MIH-ing.
transferred, and Mr. Linkowitz, who said he didn't want to buy it, changed his mind and came up to me. I could sell it to him as,
Correct.
as an
If
investment
you,
property.
if we did not do it, you were just a regular buyer.
Right.
Then
So once
none of
it's
that
sold
matters.
the first time, we don't control whether any of these properties is like any property in the community, whether it's a rental or not.
And we had that conversation at the time we set this up, that we debated whether we wanted to try to reach further out into that process in the future. And we ended up saying that first sale would be owner occupied, but then it could flip.
All right.
I appreciate that.
The MIH only holds you for 5 years under $5,000. So if you have a life-changing job commitment, if
It's not
you're
gonna hold
$2,
you,
$3 grand in, you probably are making the move anyways.
But not to speak for Commissioner Davis, but if you were gonna level that playing field, you could still say that first sale is to an owner occupant, and then it.
Yeah, and I mean, I
Flip like
just,
anything.
but I
No,
just
that's-
wanted to
I'm
point that
glad you
out
brought
that
it up. And
You're
that's fair,
protecting him
yeah.
for today, but we can't protect him
Can't guarantee the
tomorrow.
future, right.
So I don't know if that makes any difference to you,
No,
but I just wanted to.
It's a good point to bring up,
So-
yeah. And that would then be like any other house in town.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, because the scenario I was thinking about is, I mean, quite honestly, if I were to do things over again, I would buy a townhome comparable to that, live in it for a couple of years, and then build equity, move on to a single-family residential and keep that and rent it, especially in the days of the 3% interest and, which are probably long gone. But in that scenario, yeah, I'm okay with that. I could work with that.
Okay.
You want to put that in a motion?
Sorry to make it more complicated.
Yeah, I'd like to, but can I?
Well, so there's no motion on the floor at the moment.
Right.
Oh, that's true, okay. I move that we approve ability for these townhomes to be sold as investment property, presumably for rentals, with the exception, and I did not write down the
The
addresses.
section of 1113 Harbor Drive, 1115 Harbor Drive, 1116 Harbor Drive, and 1118 Harbor Drive.
Which two of them have already been sold.
Correct.
So, but that just tells you which one, okay.
All right.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to allow the remaining townhomes in Phase 1, excepting 1113, 1115, 1116, and 1118 Harbor Drive, to remain as sold as owner occupied. Does that sound okay? And we have a motion second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
That passes 3-1. Now,
Now we need to figure out what
Figure out how
needs to
our
be done to
resolution
amend the
is.
resolution accordingly. Yeah. Would you be willing to take a brief recess so we can consult with bond counsel as
it
well?
is 6:30. Let's take, we'll give, how about 8 minutes? Is that enough? Or do you want?
Yeah, we
Or do you
can try
want,
that.
I can go till 6:45 if that would be better.
Yeah, I think that
Okay,
would
we'll recess till 6:45. We are back in session, and I believe Commissioner Davis has a motion to read.
I do. Want to precede it by saying, want to precede the motion, thank you. Sometimes I think I have my mind made up on an issue before I walk in the room, and it's only through back and forth conversation where, certain thoughts tumble around my mind, and I just see things slightly different or different from the way I thought I did when I walked in. I think we've taken a difficult situation and talked it out, and I hope to come up with a viable solution. This motion will be a little long, so it's not going to end in 3 sentences, so just sit back and listen. This move to approve Resolution 23-8117, amending Section Number 1 to read as follows. The amendment number 1 is hereby approved in substantially the form presented to the City Commission with such alterations, changes, or additions as may be approved by the City Manager and as to form by the City Attorney, provided that amendment number 1 will not allow for the sale of residential units located at 1113, 1115, 1116, and 1118 Harbor Drive for rental purposes. The mayor or vice mayor of the city is hereby authorized and directed to execute the amendment number 1 and such other documents, statements, certificates, and instruments as may be necessary or desirable to carry out and comply with the intent of this resolution, together with the amendment number 1 collectively known as the amendment documents, in such final form as are approved by the city manager and as to form by the city attorney, and the execution or taking of such actions shall be conclusive evidence of such form, necessity, or advisability. The city clerk or any deputy city clerk is hereby authorized to attest to and affix the seal of the city to the amendment documents and such other documents, certificates, and instruments as may be necessary or desirable to carry out and comply with the intent of this resolution. This is the point you could second it. Okay.
Do I have a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second, and I'm going to shorten this because I obviously couldn't remember all that. A motion and a second to approve resolution number 23-8117, an amendment to section 1 of the Southview Estates LLC RHID development agreement. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
That item passes 3-1. Thank you, everyone, for your discussion on that item. As Commissioner Davis said, some things are not always as easy as others, so appreciate the input. Okay, that will lead us to other business. Is there an item a commissioner would like to bring before the group at this time? I'll look to my left, Commissioner Davis.
No, it's about fireworks, but I'll wait a week.
Okay.
We've gone on long enough today.
I'll look to my right.
I want to commend city staff and all the volunteers for the Independence Day play day in the park. It was a real success, and everyone had a good time.
And I would too. That, as I said in my introductory remarks that day, that was a day off for a lot of us, and the Parks and Rec Department was out in the heat cooking hot dogs and having games, and so it was I think a well-attended event, and it's the first time we'd had it since 2019. So anyway, another thing, we have a newly married person in our audience, Amanda. Has it been 2 weeks now?
It's been a month.
A month. So anyway, I hadn't seen you since, so congratulations. So one thing I did want to bring back up is everyone, I believe, city staff sent out the meeting schedules for the other communities in the state of Kansas, and I still would like for us, I don't know how, I'm gonna look at staff, how we proceed with a discussion as to moving to 2 meeting dates, and do we leave that as a Monday or do we move to a different date? I think also we need to discuss the fact that now we are not required to have a first and a second reading on ordinances, and I'm not sure what else we want to add to that discussion, but I would like to see where staff would be at moving forward on that.
If there's
Referring to a study session?
Well, I don't know if it needs to be a study session or how we want to handle that.
Actually, if there's consensus that you'd like to take that up, I think the ordinance drafting is relatively easy, and you can vote it up, vote it down, or if you want to make amendments, we can walk you through that with the ordinance in front of you. So if there's consensus you want to take that discussion up, that'd be enough to cause staff to get drafting.
I think it would be worth pursuing and discussing further. You know, if we did meet less frequently, we're going to have longer meetings. Like, you know, we're going on 3 hours right now. Is it going to put us in 6-hour meetings?
Well, that's the reason I was wondering if we wanted to discuss it in
Study session?
study session where you don't have to do all the work and then have us chop it up during the meeting and probably bring it
And
back
that's
the
fine.
next
I think we
meeting.
need to. And again, I've spoke to city manager about, you know, putting more items on consent agenda item if possible. I think some of our blue sheets can be lengthy, but the discussion can be shortened up. Again, I just think the 4 meetings a month, the city staff spends a lot of time preparing for meetings and not really getting work done. And I think after being on the commission for 5.5 years, I'd really like to see us at least try it and see if staff feels like it's successful. Nothing says we can't go back, but I really think it would be well worth the opportunity to see if it's beneficial to staff.
I'm definitely in favor of that.
So going down to 2 or 3 meetings?
I would say 2 to start with. See what happens. I mean, our meeting last week was 21 minutes, somebody pointed out. So we take 21 minutes plus this, and we're not in a, you know.
I guess I was leaning, I was thinking more of 3. I mean, you could take stuff out of 1 meeting and not lengthen 3 other meetings, I think, fairly easily.
Again, I'd like to try 2 to see how staff and how it goes. I mean, we can always, if we feel like we're overburdened at a meeting, we can always go back.
It's worth a shot.
Set it up, we'll discuss it.
Okay.
Yeah, if it's a study session discussion, then you can take it up then. If you want us to draft, we can draft it with 2, and you can strike it and replace it with 3. But it sounds like you want to have a little bit more discussion, so we'll plan a study session, if that's acceptable.
Study session would be a good idea and get input from staff.
Okay.
And get their thoughts on it.
Okay. And that's all I had. So with that will lead us to Citizens Forum. This opportunity for individuals to come forward if they have something they would like to address the commission. We ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm Ken Ritz. When you're looking at frequency of meetings, why not simply go every other, if you're still doing Mondays, every other one is a commission meeting. And then in between, if you want to have a study session each time, if you say 2 meetings a month, then you'll have stretches of 3 weeks between meetings in months where you have the five Mondays. If you do 2, and I would think you'd want to have a meeting available every 2 weeks. Would be the way to structure it. And I would think if you wanted to have study sessions in between, to have them in this room or another large room for actual discussion, which would reduce the length of your meetings if you'd had discussions the prior Monday, for sake of argument, and worked through, that then having motions made and voted on, or motions made, discussed, and voted on would be considerably shortened by having, and you'll get better participation from folks that are involved, interested, or knowledgeable. What bothers me is to see all of the skill in Salina that never makes this room and needs to. And we miss out tremendously on skills and observations and concerns that these folks have, and they should be invited to come. And instead, the concern is always that you're doing people a favor by letting them be up here. Some people, that's probably true, but many folks, we're privileged to have them here and sharing their knowledge, their concerns in many areas, whether it's the pandemic, statuary, any number of things that these folks have, and that I include myself in that front on resource recovery. And why miss out with folks that are more than happy to come and be involved and what have you? So,
Okay.
Anyway.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else?
David Norland, 608 East Republic, and Mayor Hoppick, and I have permission to distribute this to you after I get done with my comments?
I'll have you give it to the city clerk, and she'll pass it out afterwards. Perfect.
We're sure it'll get to you then.
Yeah,
All right.
she's pretty good at that.
So, as a citizen, this has been on my mind for a while. I had opportunity to sit with Bill Longbein at the North Salina gathering, and we sat around and talked to conversations. So we were both sitting and standing. I'm pretty sure we were communicating pretty well in both cases, and I was glad to see him there. He was referencing, I think rightly, Bill, correct me if I'm wrong, about your growing up in early residence in North Salina and meeting people there and talking to them. And I certainly think that that is a good thing. I also have heard accounts from his neighbors that he's a good guy. So there's evidence of his worth and commitment to seeking everyone's good as a commissioner. So I thank him for that. Thank you, Bill. But the rub is that, especially as a commissioner, the call for all of us, including Bill, as a commitment to growth and working toward mutual understanding really requires an apology, not just to the person presenting, but to the public at large. The commitment to examine his religious and other ideas, whether moral or not, mean he can't be trusted to vote in everyone's best interests. And Bill, if your religion hems you in like that, you can never be a free agent or able to fully reach out and protect all of your fellow men, women, anyone who occupies a gender identity that is not one or the other. And speaking as one who clearly identifies as male, this puzzles me as well. But it's dangerous to the public because as you walk out, it seems a fairly harmless thing right now. But if it comes to a vote where it's a yes or no will be about sustaining people's right to be their own person without fear of harassment or judgment, you are capable of, and in a sense committed to, by your previous action, doing that, voting against them for the harm of the public. It seemed very clear to me that there is virtue signaling, maybe dog whistling to the troops, to people in the room who, by the way, came to Bill's defense around the same set of religious beliefs. And this is even more concerning because one of them, Chad Farber, is not only on the Planning Commission, but is now running again for City Commission. We don't need nor can we sustain a theocracy. If we have one group of people whose God, as they understand it, is running all of our business, that is not only dangerous, it's extremist, harmful, and unconstitutional. We can all get together. So again, I would say, not just to Bill, but to all of us, that's incumbent on all of us as city servants, as people, as humans of whatever faith. We can all get together. If we all get together, But the last point, Bill, lessons direct, you need to apologize to the public. And it doesn't just go for you. All of us need to be that open. So share in that. Not a condemnation, but I think it's important for you to do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Ben Wendell, Salina, since you're going to go talking about possibly going shorter on the meeting dates and going from 4 to 2, and if you're going to have a study session, the reason I'm coming up here now is because the public doesn't get any input on the study sessions of exactly how we feel during the study session. So saying right now that I agree with Commissioner Lombine that the meetings will probably be double the time, and they're already 7 o'clock now, so we've been in this for 3 hours on this one. If you're going to shorten them to 2 days, or 2 days during the month instead of 4, or even 3, you're going to need to move the public forum back to the beginning, because what you're trying to show the people now that we're going to make these meetings longer, and we're going to make you even wait longer, since at the end, to be able to get up to voice your opinion on anything, you're going to have even less people coming in, basically. So to me, that's kind of giving a wrong attitude towards public input on anything when you make them go and wait to a 4, 5, possibly 6-hour meeting. As far as the last comment that was just set up here, I am with Commissioner Longbine. God does not run our business, the city business. He runs our lives. He runs the way we think. He runs our beliefs. And if you have a belief that you are wanting to show an example that you're against something, then that's the way it should be. If you'll read in the Bible, homosexuality was not presentable, basically according to Jesus. So that being said, I just want to say that God does not run the business of government. He runs what's in your mind and what you believe and what it should be. With that, I am completely behind what Mr. Lombine did, and I should have probably walked out too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Norman Mantle, Salina. We are a nation of laws. These laws are real, and they're enforceable.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Okay, I believe we have an executive session.
How much time do we need?
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I'm going to request for executive session, attorney-client privilege. I move that we recess into executive session for 30 minutes to discuss the special legal counsel regarding the subject of confidential legal considerations relating to potential points of negotiation with Salina Destination Development, LLC, regarding the city's multifamily housing project based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B subsection 2. The open meeting will resume at the room at 7:35 p.m.
Second.
We have a motion and second to go into executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We will be back in this room at 7:35.
So I just need to make note of other attendees will include myself, Greg Bankson, City Legal Counsel, Matt Webster, our financial advisor, will be on the line, Steve Sparks, our special counsel, Jacob Wood, Deputy City Manager, Sean Hennessy, Assistant City Manager, Lauren Driscoll, Community Development Director, and Martha Tasker, Utilities Director.
Okay, we are back in session. We have no action to be taken. I would accept a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We will see everyone next Monday.